It's there we go.
Excellent. Thank you. Um, okay, so yes, please proceed, Cross.
I guess my first month. But with that, second month, do I want to make contact with the Seven Avengers or not? Uh,
We can always give you a minute to think if you need it.
yeah, give me like some time to think because I had like that was the thing I had written down. I realized I'd have like an extra, 1 month for one thing and then 1 month for another. So just like come back to me.
Absolutely. Absolutely, no problem.
So
Um,
yeah,
okay, who would like to go next
for the major thing or the minor thing.
for the whole thing?
Okay, fine. I'll jump into it. Uh,
Okay.
well, Cross, good. Well, Nath, good. Cross, Nath, good job on making context with all those shady semi-activist people. The Ashbound, Serum Avengers, suspicions of the Emerald Claw, maybe, but whatever, just for the recording. Anyway, one thing I'm going to do is, as the Shielded Hearts requested I be here around this time, I'm going to meet up with them, check in, and start preparing for gala season.
Yeah, so um I'll say that. I'll say this. For your second month, one of your minor focuses is going to be prepping for the season.
Oh,
Since we've decided to extend things 2 months, then yeah, they're not going to need you as immediately as before. So the second month, they're going to have you in for etiquette training, basically,
okay.
and give you the rundown of things.
Okay,
So
let's do
you're
that
good
from
for this month. You're totally free.
okay, minor for this month. I mean minor for the next month, but okay, that changes things a little bit. I'm going to try making myself yeah, I'm going to ingratiate myself at the courts of King Caius,
Ah, I see. I see.
similar to what we did in Ondair.
Got it. Um, So I'm just gonna say, as far as money goes, I'm just gonna we'll deal with it on a case to case basis, but I'm going to like largely scrub money because like it would be very expensive to do aristocratic flouncing around. We'll deal with it on a case to case basis when the 2 months is up. So I'm
Okay.
not worried too much about money and costs and stuff like that. That's all I'm saying. Okay, you want to go ingratiate yourself.
Yeah, who
Um,
are the people to know? Who hates who's having an affair with who who
you want to
is
pick up on some rumors.
yeah, get to know people. Make
Got it.
make myself known, represent Leora, that's court stuff like that.
Court stuff. Absolutely. Absolutely. So you are trying to discover useful rumors, plot threads, secret locations, that kind of thing. Okay, excellent.
And get to know
I'm
NPCs,
gonna
well,
roll.
important NPCs, but
Uh,
yeah.
See if there are any issues, if there are any complications that might come your way while you're there.
Knowing my luck, oh boy.
No, there seems to be that there will be no complications involved.
Okay.
Now I'd just like you to make me a persuasion check.
Like a persuasion check. 21, should that be enough?
I think so. Um,
You don't want 25?
that's well, you can go for it if it all helps. Higher your
Um,
roll.
yeah, why not? This all happens from day to day, but yeah, I'll be using the commander's presence. Why not? See how far I go. I get 6, so 27.
27. All right.
Overachiever Ludwig.
All right. Let me just quickly make up the entire report of King Caius.
Sorry.
No,
Sorry.
don't be sorry. Don't be sorry at all. This is great. This is actually very great.
And I want all their names. No, I'm kidding.
Okay. Hey, ma'am. There are certainly worse uses of anybody's time than this. This is excellent. Okay. So you did very good. You've got the money, you've got the clout to back up getting into the court. So, um, you are going to definitely get in there. Let's see. Gonna learn you something. Okay. You meet King Caius Earwinar III,
Oh
the
boy.
current ruler of Karnath.
Stay calm, Ludwig.
Um,
Stay calm, Ludwig. Stay calm, Ludwig.
he has slicked back white hair. Uh, he's got sort of tan skin. Um, an angular face, very well groomed, short white hair. Um, there's been a lot of rumors around his undead nature, and he certainly
Alleged.
alleged undead nature, and he certainly doesn't look undead. His court is held in a rather dark space, um, and he looks to be about late 20s, early 30s. Um, let's see here. He's very charismatic, very progressive, very enigmatic. He speaks a lot about emphasizing the rebuild of Karnath's strength through alliance and reform and the ending of endless conflict. You would meet his wife, Queen Etrajani.
Extra Johnny.
She is. I'll give you some names as we go along in the chat
It's good. Take your time. Yeah.
if you want. So that's King Pius III, the ruler of Karnath. This is the name of his wife. She's very mysterious. She's you know what? You rolled really good.
Etragani. That's a fun name.
Yeah, right. It is. It is. She is well known to be an elven woman.
Oh.
Um, what you learn about her, there's a rumor that she is tied to Arendal's undying corpse, but this is simply a rumor.
Oh.
Some rumors say that she keeps the king in check. Others believe that she plots against him. She's a very mysterious figure, and you definitely don't meet her.
I feel like that reputation might be on purpose. Potentially.
Insane.
You could
But
say.
either way, you do not see her at court. She's the main consort of the king and very mysterious. You would learn that they have 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter together. Let's see here. I want to see something. Karnath. Give me the capital of Fourth. God. Try to keep as canonized as possible. Yeah. Government history, Galapagos. And war. Okay. Okay. You're gonna learn, or you probably actually meet. Yeah. I'm trying to be careful here because I don't want to stray too far from established lore and end up screwing myself a little bit here. Um,
Do what you gotta do. Take your time.
I'll tell you what. Here's a fun one. You definitely bump into 2 interesting figures. You bump into Zorlon de Cannith, who, if he is angry at you for the way things went down with the auction, he makes no sign of it and shakes your hand as always and says, "It's good to see you. You know, a proper Karnathi soldier."
Thank you.
Um,
Can I do an insight check to see if he's mad at me?
Sure.
Yeah, just let me check something here. Um, uh, um, yeah, sorry. Okay, got it. Insights. 15?
Okay. Um, do you bring it up?
Well, I simply say, well, it's good to see you again. It's been a while.
Yeah, do you bring it up? Do you bring up the auction at all to him?
I allude to it, not outright stating it.
Um, you
Since
bring it up to him, but don't outright
I,
state.
I allude to like I haven't seen you since that party some
He
time
wasn't at the
ago.
party. Do you
No,
do you bring it
okay,
up? Do you bring up the auction?
I'm gonna say no then. I'm
If you don't bring it up, he make definitely like that would be a probing thing to do. Um, doesn't seem to be worse for wear. Doesn't seem to be
oh
sore towards you at all.
yeah, Zorlan Decanth. Oh, I thought you were like I thought it was oh yeah, sorry, I didn't hear the first name.
Yeah,
Sorry,
no,
Zorlan.
it's all good. It's all good. Baron's Orlon
Yeah,
Decanus. It's all
but
good.
yes, great. If it's good to see him, Sue. I ask him about himself also, I suppose, and I've heard, like uh and I ask him about himself and say like how did you become such a established man out here in Corneth?
Yeah, and he'll talk to you about it and his ties to Karnath, and that's generally what it is. He'll talk your ear off about all of that.
Exactly. I hear you're very
Um,
good with money too. Question's not
uh,
complimentary of him.
yeah.
You know what I
Are
mean?
you trying to like poke insult at him? Like,
No, no,
is
no,
that
no, not
the
insult
no?
at all. No.
Okay, got it. So he'll tell you. Let's see here. You ask him about how did he get into his position. He would say, "Oh, I was He goes, well, I was the trusted advisor of the Gorgon." And he'd say, "Oh, you don't know who the Gorgon is? Well, that was starring the Cannith, our last true Baron who held the house together. And yes, I was a great advisor and trusted advisor to him. He trusted me often for my financial skills and my ability to make a profit. I've always had connections here in Carnath, and when the morning happened, naturally a great deal of House Cannith gravitated towards me as his primary advisor. Those who don't value bloodline over actual ability saw fit to point their attentions towards me. And I think that is a perfectly fair way of running any house. A house built on the actual abilities of the Baron rather than the hereditary nature. This is a yeah, Hereditation is very important in Dragonmark houses, but especially in House Cannith, skill and ability to actually lead and run, I think, take far more prominence than having a meager connection of bloodline to the past, to the Gorgon himself, wouldn't you say?
Oh, oh, it certainly makes sense to me. So, from what I've heard, you sound like a bit of a financial genius. Even feels like how
You flatter me. Many would say the same, though. I'll pat my own back.
feels like it might be a back with patting.
Indeed. Did you know that I actually I was raised. Oh, I guess he was. Oh, okay. So he'd actually have a Syrian accent. I'm realizing.
Okay.
Was did you know that I was raised in Syria? I relocated to the Carnathi nation with the first order of Warforge made by House Cannith.
Oh, I was not aware of that. Truly.
Indeed, I was responsible for the very first deal brokering Warforged, and they went to Carnath, and so here I am.
Ah, feels like well, I'm happy you've made him make a home here. Uh, I
As
know.
I am I. As am I. King Caius has been most kind to consider me as one of his great advisors here at court, so here I am.
So feels like it's good to see that you've been able to make a home here. It's been easier for you than some other former Sirens.
Indeed. Well, let me know when your house finally gets a guild up and running. I would be more than happy to provide much business in your direction. I could use the help of some skilled diplomats, especially those with ties to Karnath, such as yourself, Viceroy.
Oh, well, thank you very much. We should do dinner sometime. I'd love it, and I will absolutely keep your name in mind once the guilds are up and running.
Yeah, excellent to hear. Excellent to hear. And I'll tell you what. I'll say that Caius, like narratively speaking, is your sort of access to the rumor mill at court. Um,
You Zorlin or Caius?
Zorlin.
Okay,
Zorlin,
Zorlin.
because you kind of are like trying to find your inn, and you meet up with Zorlin. You get to talking, and
Yeah.
you schmooze him, and pat him on the back, and he'll tell you everything. He'll tell you a lot about court, probably everything he knows about court. Not everything, but a great deal. He
Mhm.
tells you about King Caius. He tells you about his public personas. He says, "I'm sure I don't need to tell you about that one embarrassing article that came out in the Chronicle all that time ago when the warlords were accusing him of vampirism."
No, nonsense. It,
Indeed, how
that's
embarrassing for the warlords themselves.
it feels like embarrassing for the Chronicle, please.
Oh, and the Emerald. Well, we all love the Chronicle just reporting on it, but let's be honest, it is a farce so that the Emerald Enclave could find some meager moral justification for their terrorism.
Emerald Claw, you mean?
That's what I said.
Exactly. Of course, that's what you said. So,
He tells you about Queen Entragani. He yeah, like he's not gonna tell you everything, but he will give you what he knows. He says if you want people to be close to you, you want to talk to the civic minister, Hiren Ir Tenant. You can throw a dead cat and find any number of warlords around Korth, but it's about the people who run the business that I'm telling you should spend your time. Um, and he will tell you about this. He says, uh, "Oh, yeah, he'll get to that. Let's see here." He says, "But let me tell you about some." He tells you about General Yorin Thaurum, who is in his like mid 50s, a hero of the war. He would say, disciplined, loyal to Karnath, everything a warlord should be. Strength through unity. He's sworn to serve King Caius
um,
III, and he holds a very important position as the Minister of War here at court. A very interesting man to be ahead of, probably the most prominent warlord in all of Karnak.
most prominent in all of Karnath.
Well, he is the Minister of War, which makes him the commanding general of Karnath's armies.
Exa- exact, exactly. Well, but no, I don't want to make sense, of course.
Of course. Now, the last person I'm going to tell you about, since we've been together for this month hanging out, being buddies, is Civic Minister Hiram Tenant. He is an excellent man and has served dutifully under King Caius III. Uh, he handles all manner of things, including the day-to-day management of the civilian government of the city. Um, he doesn't oversee the city watch itself, but he is the man who keeps Korth running. You want to know what's going on in Korth? I can tell you what, the civic minister Hiram knows of it.
Civic Minister Hiram. Interesting. I'll definitely work to remember that name. Um, uh, for tell me, what of the first warlord, warlord Gruden Eredi? Is he still around?
First Warlord.
It's always good.
Uh, Hang on.
He's
I'm just trying to give you some names. Who is this that you're talking about?
Gruden Eredi, the first warlord of Karnath, the head of the High Counselors of Karnath.
Let me find out about that guy.
He was in
I should
something
look at him.
he was in something you sent me. I don't blame you if you forgot though.
Yeah. I sent this. When did I send this to you?
At the beginning of the campaign.
Okay, yeah, let me go look at your intrigue
Do you
here.
want me to send it to you?
No, I got it. Thanks, though. Throwing names at me from.
Keeping you on your toes.
Oh, the noble commander. Oh, he's okay. Yeah, he's a command. Malavith Iretti.
That's the son. His his father, Warlord Gruden
Yeah.
already.
Okay. Uh, he was. Yes. How unfortunate. He was actually disposed from the inner council of King Kaya some time ago for his. It was revealed that he had sympathies for the blood of Vol. You didn't hear the rumors?
I was I've been out and about. I've been back and forth across. I haven't had much time for rumors. Apologies, but I don't know. He was out for his sympathies to the blood of Vol.
Uh, hang on. Well, there was a rumor going around that one of the king's advisors, Voragir Sato, had been identified as a Vol sympathizer by the warlord Vronir Mordak. Now, Voragir Sato, well, he is no longer in the king's court because, well, reasons I don't think the king would appreciate me explaining, but the honest truth is that Vorik's name was used to cover for the original first warlord to save himself.
Oh,
He was indeed found out for his sympathies with the blood of Vol, but the king decided to let him out with some discretion. The rumors have it wrong. It isn't this Irsater individual. No, that is an alias that has been made up, in fact.
oh my! I did not know that.
Indeed, indeed.
Uh, like, oh my. Oh, oh shit.
Winnie the Pooh. Oh, bother.
Oh bother. Here's a good question. And are we alone? Ryan, is me and
Sure, why
Zolan and
not?
I alone?
Sure.
Um, what exactly is the line here regarding the blood of Vol and the sovereign host?
Oh, well, neither is illegal, of course. That is the true issue is it's a political one, you see. Here's a good analogy. So it is not technically illegal for, say, dragon marked heirs from two different houses to make babies, right?
Mhm.
Not technically illegal, but one would never do it. The scandal, the danger of creating an aberrant dragon mark is just exceptional. In the exact same way, well, being a sympathizer to the old religion is a great danger politically, a political taboo, if you will. It would not do for the national religion to have changed, and to have someone of that faith just milling about in King Caius' court, it simply wouldn't do. Politically devastating, it could give the blood of Vol support to become the new national religion, and it's a very complex matter. It's the point to note is that it would be politically embarrassing and entirely inappropriate for a sympathizer with the blood of Vol to be dwelling in the court of King Caius.
When Zolan, back during the back when we first met, back in on Dare, you said you were a worshiper, or
Oh, I most certainly am, but I'm not a member of
okay,
King Caius's inner circle.
okay,
I am but a simple advisor on behalf of the local Dragon Mark House, which has afforded me some levity with my own sympathizing.
okay. So it's a different thing to be an advisor, but not on or within the physical court itself, but then being in the official inner circle. There's a difference.
Exactly. I am not a governing member of King Caius's court. That would be illegal per the court edicts. So I am but a simple advisor to the king. I am expendable as a courtier of his court, whereas a member of his inner circle is a governing member of the Karnathi government.
I see. Interesting. That's very interesting.
Yes,
Um,
ministers, governors, kings, these are governing officials, and they could never be seen as Blood of Vol sympathizers. But advisors, well, they have no real hard power at court. They have no governing ability.
uh, Ryan, above table, can I make some kind of check to see, like, I have a reputation in Connacht for being somewhat pious to the blood of Vol. Would this get in the way of me being an advisor or taking contracts from King Caius? Would he see this as a problem or
No check required. As because he'll just explain it to you if you ask him about it. He'll just explain it to you, and he'll say like having blood of full sympathies will help you make friends with some and enemies with others, just as being friends of the sovereign host will make you friends of some and enemies of others as well. It isn't illegal nor a taboo, nor would stand in the way of you becoming um, closer to the king. But because you're also a Dragon Mark member, so even if you were the perfect, like the perfect person to be in his inner circle, it just wouldn't be possible because you have a Dragon Mark on your flesh.
okay. Okay,
So it
okay, but
doesn't stand in the way of you being an advisor, but it does
exactly
pick your
being in
enemies
the
and your friends for you.
that limits my options a little bit, but it wouldn't theoretically get in the way of us potentially being hired by.
No, not at
Okay,
all.
okay, good. But
Well, keep in mind, like a tour is filled, it is a Karnathi city that is openly filled with Blood of Vol sympathizers and religious folk, and that's perfectly legal and perfectly fine.
okay. Just don't conceal it around the king when you get to the inner circle. But okay, it's a bit of a dance, but okay. But and I also I thank Zolan for that information. I ask about like so how's your family doing? Uh, I'm
He
asking about his
will,
personal life,
well,
chit chat, that kind of stuff.
yeah, he'd tell you he doesn't have a family. He's far too busy for that. And you can chat him up, but that is the summary of your first month. Your first month is him sort of teaching you about the Karnathi court, and these are, and though there are definitely more people at court, these are the major individuals that you are exposed to.
Okay.
Now, the actual beneficial results I'll give you more than just information, because you can just look that up really. One thread of important information is indeed that the first warlord, Bruder, was kicked out of the inner circle for his blood of bull sympathies. While that
Right.
is there was a big cover up to do with that.
Oh, yeah, that's a
Mm,
big thing.
yep, that is pretty big. Um, Nothing new about the mystery surrounding Queen Etrigae. Um,
Civic, and I should really get to know Civic Minister Hyrule Lieutenant.
yeah, and that's not really what you've asked to do. What you've asked to do is like
Yeah, okay.
learn
To
about
get
information and influence and stuff. So you're not making friends. You're learning. You're getting
okay.
information.
Yeah, I'm learning and learn my way around. Friends come later, but okay, good to know. Good. Well
Uh,
used
okay, hang
time.
on. I'm not done. You gotta
Sorry.
hang on a second. Um, let's see here. Uh, okay. You don't learn anything. There's the information that Hyrule Tenant knows a lot about what goes on in the day to day around Korth. So he's a very valuable resource for information. Um, General Yorin, you're told about him, how he is uh, always kind of competed with his rival to be, um, the general and minister of war, and he has now recently regained that. He's gained that. The last thing I'm going to give you is a couple of secrets.
Oh, secrets.
Secrets. Um, One thing is true about the king's status is that most people have not seen him age in 2 decades. And as a human, that is very unusual. So there is a question. Is he, could he be a member of the undead? Could he have a number of uh, doppelgangers or changelings that are sort of being him at court? Does he dabble in dark magic? Is he a part of some undying pact? Nobody really knows why, but King Caius III has seemingly not physically aged in 2 decades. That
It,
much is certain.
so he's in his late 20s, early 30s, but they
He
haven't seen him.
appears to be.
Appears to be, but he hasn't. How long has he been on the throne?
Let's see here. He assumed the throne on his 20th birthday in 991. And the year, oh, so that's true. So the year is 999. So that would be it. That there's some, so not 20 years, not 2 decades. It would be more like 8 years. Nobody's really seen him age or get an extra crease in his face or a line in his face for the last 8 years. So there is some question and rumor regarding his age, his seeming agelessness or incredible skincare routine.
Well, he can afford one.
Yeah. There is the rumors surrounding Etrajani, where she either is the true brains behind the throne, or she is against him, and her ties possibly to the undying court of Eberron. So that's pretty important. That's what I'm going to give you. Yep, that is the boatload of secrets and information you get for 25 at court.
Okay. Okay.
So I'm gonna hang on. So I'm gonna swing away from you now, and I'm gonna give somebody else a chance. We'll come back to your second month. Let's. I'll come back to you for a second, Cross. Because you were making a decision for yourself. Have you decided? Yeah.
This probably won't take a month technically, but I'd like to do it anyway. I want to talk to Merrick's.
Hey, yeah, you can talk to Merrick's. You can talk to Merrick's. With that noted, amongst all of your disputes, I'm gonna have a fun little tidbit of information that all of you would easily find out amongst all those disputes and stuff. About 2 weeks after you filed your throne hold proposal, 2 more seats on the Council of 12 opened up, and Baron Jorlana de Canith and Baron Zorlon de Canith now sit on the Council of 12 as they. It's big news, and everybody missed it. It was probably done privately, but they pushed for their own council seats given the division in Canith, and it seems that they were granted. So now there are
14.
2 more representatives on the Council of 12.
The Council of...
Well, it's called the Council of 12, but there are now 15 seats because of all the division.
14.
Well, with Thorani and I don't know, whatever, people. Cross. So, with that fun piece of information, yes, you can bump into Merrick's on his way out of the, as usual, he kind of has the look of someone who wants to go back to work, and you kind of bump into him. And he says, Viceroy Cross to Leora. Good to see you. Pleasure.
Baron de Kenneth.
Sorry, the disputes are taking so long for your house. I'm sure you're antsy, but, welcome to legal procedure. It takes fucking forever.
Diplomacy is never a swift measure unless violence is involved.
Yeah, that's unfortunately fair.
I was actually hoping if you had a little time to spare, I'd love to chat with you.
He pulls out his pocket watch and flips it open and closes, says, I guess I have a couple minutes. Certainly. And he'll, kind of interestingly, he because usually when someone's like, oh, do you have time to spare? They're like, oh, let's get lunch. And it's a very human thing to do.
Yeah.
But he says, he just says, like, let's go take a walk.
Hmm.
And it's just this very subtle, like, appreciation for the fact that you're a Warforged.
Yeah.
That seems just like kind of like he doesn't even think of it. He just kind
Yeah.
of says it.
Does not go
Um,
unnoticed.
yeah. And maybe he didn't even really notice that he said it after all these years, that he's just kind of been, it's just natural to him to say that to a Warforged. And yeah. But anyway, go a little walk with him. And he says, well, what is it that I can do for you, Viceroy?
Suppose I wanted to just pick your brain, understand you a little more, because, well, out of everyone I've encountered, the things I've heard about you are mystifying, to say the least.
I don't know if I've ever been described as mystifying, but I'll certainly take it. Um, sure. What is it that you'd like to know about?
Well, since I've gained this mark, I've had one or two people suddenly express a sympathy towards the Warforged and their standing in our world, but it's my understanding that you have held sympathy for the Warforged long before this mark appeared on my face. I guess I'm trying to understand why, as someone in your position doesn't stand to really benefit from such a position, well, such a moral standing.
He just kind of shrugs at you and he says, I've worked with Warforged since their inception. Any anyone with half a brain can see that the Warforged is more than just some animatron or golem. I, I mean, especially members of House Cannith, which surprises me why there was so much politics in my day about that and so much taboo about that. I mean, we built. I don't mean to. I hope that's not weird. It probably is very weird to say actually, but we. It's old to say that like we knew what we were putting into. They're literally called like the creation forges. Like we know what went into it. We know what Warforged are made of. We know the whole process surrounding it, and the idea that some people are think that it's possible to ignore what a Warforged is at its foundation, which is a person, it just has never made sense to me. I guess it's never sat well with me or my father or any of my family. It doesn't make any sense to us. So I don't know what other to say than I know precisely how a Warforged is built, and I also have eyes and ears. I don't know. Just kind of shrugs at you like he struggles to answer the question, like it's such an obvious thing to him, and he always is like it's something he's had to answer many times, but he's almost frustrated that he has to answer it. You know?
Cross is quiet for a moment. That I'm still mystified.
Well, I
But
hope I haven't offended you in any way. I know that.
oh no, just it's such a departure from what I've come to expect from people that it's, well, just difficult to, well, difficult, just surprising to, I guess, to contrast this feeling during the first few days of forming House Leora. um, Baroness Jolana pulled me aside to express her sympathies, and I've always felt that it was on that the subject only crossed her mind when I, Warforged, suddenly became someone of importance.
Uh, I'd I'm sure this is gonna seem biased coming from me, but I'd be very careful with Jorlana de Caneth. She's yeah, she seems to be all flowers and words and butterflies, but that woman has secrets on secrets. She's very good at playing lip service to people. Just I'm I know you have at least one viceroy amongst you has sympathies with that side of House Cannith, but between me and you, just be careful.
Well, I know well enough that to be careful around all leaders of dragon marked houses.
It's fair. Well, nah. Well, I any grand warnings from me are sure gonna get passed off for bias that it is, but I'll just leave you with that. Just be careful of the woman. She isn't all she seems. But well, listen, I got a lot of work ahead of me. I have some projects in the mix, and as you can imagine, you know, competing with those two. He kind of points over his shoulder back at the council chamber. He says, and I don't think it's anyone's any secret that I'm a little behind the bar, so I gotta get back to work. But it was a pleasure to meet you, and
Yeah.
if you ever wanna meet, um, I make my base in Sharn. It's pretty far away, but I'm here too quite often.
I've been to Shan once before, so didn't end very well, but I'm not one to be turned away by a single bad experience. And was I don't know if this is appropriate, but I'll say it anyway. Sorry that your I suppose competitors managed to just slip into the council seats during this whole time of discussion regarding our house.
Well, let's just say that proposal your house put before the council, well, it's a big step, and it's not something that where everyone's exactly hiding from the barons. So, you know, with Fjarlin and Thurani around, everyone's got eyes everywhere. So, frankly, I'm surprised it took so long. It wasn't entirely unsurprising, but I appreciate the sympathy anyway to say.
Well, I won't don't want to keep you too long. I imagine very busy man. So thank you for giving me the time to just you know, learn more about you.
Anytime, anytime. He'll give you a sort of like a kind hand on the shoulder as he walks by you, and he'll hurry off to whatever great project of artifice he has going right now, and you'll get a prop. You know, I'll give you a point.
Cool. But also like come away from that, it's like kind of just stares at the floor like the fuck.
The fuck? Who you probably, in fairness, probably thought Merrick's was a bad dude, maybe. Um, let's see here. I have a great deal of catching up to do with my handouts in this game, but in the
I think it's
meantime,
I think it's more
yep,
the feeling that like, oh man, like during like like true negotiating Treaty of the Throne Hall, it's probably like the one guy who gave a shit.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, Cross. What would you like your major focus to be other than Sumerians and conversations, which you're more than welcome to have?
Um, since I've had like a conversation with Merrick, I guess I'd like to maybe just I've got all the barons like kind of like in close proximity here. I
Sure
just want
do.
to kind of like feel out the vibe. What are they thinking? Like what's the because obviously like we had the back and forth about like counter offers and so on from Madani and Civis and so on. What's the general vibe as people like go in and out of discussions as far as like the Thronehold proposal?
Um, so I will say this. Yeah, it's a good question. So you want to just basically like kind of maybe similar to Ludwig, sort of get in on the politics of the 12.
Yeah, yeah, I'd like
All right.
to. Yeah,
Yeah,
I've had my
beautiful.
I've had my first month of like my own business, and now I'll do the second month as like the Euro business.
Yeah, absolutely. Make me a persuasion check to see if you can learn some secrets about the inner workings of the 12.
That is a dirty 20.
Understood. Understood. Dirty 20 is great. Let's see here. Uh, okay. Um, uh, sorry, just getting your answer. Okay, information coming. So, so. I'm gonna make it very easy for you, what you learn. There is, um, there are basically three factions that have kind of split within the council regarding the Thronehold proposal. The first of which are sort of like the heavily ambitious supporters of this plan for the sake of house power eroding national sovereignty regarding the court edicts. So these guys are like, this is a great use of, like, this is a very great use of power for dragon marked houses all in all. I'll just, I don't, because you, I want to, okay, we're gonna, sorry, this is me talking at myself apparently. Um, Zorlon de Cannith is a very strong supporter for House Leora taking Thronehold. Esravosh de Lyrandar, the Baron of House Lyrandar, is a very strong supporter. House Vidalis. You don't. You hear that there's somebody else, but you're not terribly sure who it is. The next faction is the Neutralist, who are a little undecided, who think that this proposal is a little too provocative, it could backfire. This seems to involve House Civis, House Madani.
I'm shocked.
Shocked. And there's one other that seems hesitant, but you don't know who that is.
Yeah.
The last is the last is basically like a stabilizing faction, which believes that they want to pursue the Thronehold proposal in the interest of like legitimate reform for Corvair, like to be able to use this to try and make it happen, but without breaking the peace, and maybe even being able to use it as power to like enhance the stability of Corvair. Don't know about them. You learn that House Fjarlin wants this for stabilization efforts. House Kandaric wants it. And those are the only houses you learn about and which sides of the factions they stand on. The last thing I'll give you is where tensions lie within these factions. This has created a deeper tension in House Cannith, the Thronehold proposal itself, because the barons are all personally involved in it. it has put an even greater wedge between the barons of House Cannith.
Okay.
Um, mm, did I give you where Kandaric and Galanda stand?
Give me Kundarak, but not Galanda.
Okay. Kandaric is on the fence about going through with it or not.
You said no.
Um,
You said Kundarak was in favor for Corvair stability, but you didn't say what Galanda wanted.
yeah, I didn't say what Galanda wanted, but this is
Yeah.
just more information about Galanda.
Okay.
So you don't know what's going on with Galanda.
Okay.
Kandaric is likes it for the stabilizing purpose of it, but they're still a little on the fence of whether to go through with it or not, and is probably one of the people. There might be other people, but this is one of the people that are might be holding up moving forward with the throne hold proposal.
Okay.
Um, that's what you learn.
Okay.
But you do learn that they're very divided. So there's a bit of a deadlock going on, and that's why it's taking so much time, in fact, for them to make a decision. Because there's this is a very ambitious proposal, and there's a lot of inner conflict, and yeah, they're a little deadlocked about it. All right. And as for you, my friend, oh no, my dice fell off the table. Um, there are going to be no complications with your downtime, at least for this one.
Cool.
All right, I'm going to circle over to Lois and Rowan. We'll see what's going on over here, and then we'll circle back to you two for your last 2 months. So, Lois, Rowan, who would like to go first?
Go ahead, Carbon.
I will also, just as a fun tidbit, once we all finish month one, I'm going to give you a fun progress report to do with how your proposals and counter proposals are going, just so you know. So, Rowan, please, what would you like to do with your month one? What would be your major focus or any minor things you need to have done?
There are a handful of conversations that she needs to have. It's difficult for me to commit to this is a major focus without knowing how things stand, so I can be a little more focused. The one thing that has to happen, and it can happen like the morning we get back, is she needs to go speak to Ms. Volin. Shielded Hearts, and that is a critical conversation. That's
absolutely. So yeah, let's have that. No problem.
I know that in the next month it's going to be part of like working on it is going to be part of the month's activities, but she had wanted to have a discussion about likes and dislikes, or wanted me to get a list of what I want, and it's just be easier to sit and talk. It's not going to be easier to sit and talk about it, but I can't put it in writing. So
fair enough. No problem. So basically what you would know as far as the Shielded Hearts go for the whole party, the itinerary is basically like do your thing, we're organizing. And then second month, there's going to be like basically like a brief how this is all going to work, etiquette training. That kind of all happens in the month beforehand. But yeah, go right ahead, Rowan. You come forth on maybe like the first or even before that, as you had said you wanted to, and let's play it out.
Yeah, no, she would, to be clear, because the nature of the conversation, she would be doing this like the morning after they come back from the meeting with Liz, like top priority. And what she's wearing is actually going to be kind of important today. So she's got her standard kind of suit with a white. Today's got a really wide collar. It's a little blousier in the sleeves than usual. And then it's corseted. from like waist to hip, with cinches in the back and in the front, and then sort of a wide leg, flowy, not quite a skirt, could be a skirt kind of pant. So it still is long, but it's a little more loose than what she usually wears. And she and Lena will go and engage Ms. Volin.
Excellent. Yep, you go through all the usual procedures of, you know, oh, welcome, sit, tea, here you go, and then you make your way up. And you will most certainly find, especially at this time, things are picking up, but they are more than she makes quick time for you. Ingrid Volin says, Viceroy Leora, welcome. I was hoping to see you soon. Please come in, sit. And your bodyguard waits at the door.
I ask for her to come in.
Oh, absolutely. She goes, oh, by all means, whatever your comfort level is. Please sit. Let us speak. What an exciting time you find yourself entering into.
I understand that it is supposed to be, which is what we need to speak about. You wanted me to give you a list of like what I am looking for, and I am having a difficult time articulating that. So I thought maybe a better approach would be a candid discussion about the nature of my reservations. And maybe you can help me work through it, because I do understand that I have a responsibility, and that I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just having a difficult time. So I don't know if what you know about my history. I think most people have read the thing in the Chronicle, and they got it right so far as it goes. The part that was very carefully deleted, largely because I never explained it to them, or the months I was kept basically in the slave pens. I was captured getting people out of that area and towards what is now New Syre. The time after the morning was a nightmare. My dragon mark, it kept me safe as far as it goes, but at one point, slavers realized that I was using it, misusing it, abusing, whatever. Who takes anyway? I presented a problem in that they couldn't kill me. They didn't know how to leverage me. And the thing about hobgoblins is that they're actually pretty disciplined. So if you say don't touch this one, they won't. The bugbears, however, they don't listen. They're also not used to people who can fight. So the first several times I was able to defend myself with the normal broken ribs, busted face thing you get in the convincing of someone that you're not worth it, right? So the last time, if I wasn't exactly able to stop it, I was able to get my chains around his neck. Which of course presented a problem in the morning for the warlord slaver or whatever, right? Because I had damaged what was maybe not his property, but his man. So that kind of thing can't go without a certain amount of justice. And she starts to stand up and she starts unlacing her corset. So I was flogged. I told it was 25 lashes. I don't know. I don't remember. Those days are a big haze. And as she and you can see it's blousy, and she kind of ties it up and pulls herself down. So she's covered as much as she can be. And she turns around and she'll get closer. And you can see the detail of the tattoo, how it works with her body. It's all of these flowers and gears that create the body of a dragon that start here and go all the way down the back, and the lines and the sinew of the muscle are all created around her whip scars that have been inked and scarified with blades, so that they have more artistic direction. It's good. If you didn't know what you were looking for, you might not know them as what they are. And she'll say, she's like, the work is good, right? I took a lot of hours. And she starts putting herself up. They have shit medical care, as you can imagine. So it got infected. I got sick. The Lahesh somehow found out, still don't know, sent Denise. I was in Dargoon for a couple of years. I haven't been with a man since this. I am not. I understand. All right, I get it. I get it. This is what I have to do. I am not fighting you. But if you're going to give someone damaged goods, right, you want to know what you're working with. When I was the next couple of weeks, like there were real haze, and I don't necessarily remember what happened, but I can tell you the next 2 years that I spent in the Red Keep were amongst the safest I have ever felt in my life. By all accounts, Rukondral is one of the most dangerous cities in the world, and I didn't go walking around without guards. But I felt safe. There was some asshole who was running his mouth suggesting that he had bought me. And he didn't even get mad about it. He just stood up and politely severed the guy's head, wiped off his blade on his tabard, sat back down and finished his business. No one offered me disrespect after that. Now, here's the thing. He's a hobgoblin, and he's a royal, and that, for so many reasons, not an option, not on the table. Again, I get it. I understand. But what do I want? I want someone who's going to make me feel safe like that. I want someone who's got nerves, who can handle assassins, because we've got an assassin problem right now. I want someone who will be loyal, and someone's going to have to be patient and kind, because I've got some issues, and absolutely someone who will be ruthless when it comes to my protection, and someone who can expect the same from me. I don't even know if that's all doable, but I will throw this out. There are all kinds of partnerships, right? And I value friendship enormously. If he is someone who requires cover because he has other preferences, I am amenable to someone who would be willing to be discreet, right? We all have responsibilities. Maybe it's not always where the heart is. I don't know if that makes it easier to find someone.
Well, Lady Viceroy, you have endured a great deal and had a most unexpected interaction with Lesh. I don't think wanting to feel safe is a bad is a bad thing to want in a partner. You want to be safe. You want to feel safe with who you're with. Yes? This can be done. There are many military families across Corvair. There are certainly many in Karnath. They value martial prowess
No,
above all.
please.
May I
know.
ask why? Is it because Karnath and Sayri were enemies in the war?
No. It's because on the anniversary of the morning, this isn't anything that's any one person's fault. And again, maybe it's just my own baggage. It is just, obviously there are people who are young and stupid, but to hear people glad for the destruction of my country, and no, maybe they were young and stupid, but that I do want to commit to living in a place where one day a year I will have to hear people say that it is a glorious thing that Cyrie no longer exists.
Allow me to, if I may say, whoever you end up marrying, this person will be brought into House Leora, yes?
Yes.
Yes, I assumed that was the deal with all the members of Leora who are taking part in the courting season. Which means that their citizenship as a Karnathi will not be so. You will stay wherever House Leora deems it best for you to stay. Wherever you perhaps deem yourself best to stay, because you are a Viceroy of House Leora. So you...
And that does change things. Thank you.
And if I may also say, a bit of an ugly truth, all of the 5 nations behaves this way. There are people who respect the travesty that was what happened in the morning. There are a majority in every nation that do so, but there are always going to be assholes. There are always going to be shitty youths who lost a father or an arm to a Siren and will hate Sirens for it. That will be so in Braylon, that will be so in Karnath, and that will be so in Undead.
Yeah, maybe it's just weird I didn't hear it up until now. Maybe it's just weird that it's the first time.
Please do not judge my country on the loudmouth bitching of stupid youths in the streets. Karnath is a great and proud country, and for somebody who wants to feel safe and protected with someone who is a strong, military-minded individual, there are many powerful Karnathi families that hold this to be true as a legacy. They have a long, proud military history. Now, I can understand your preferences will be what they are.
You are
and maybe
correct.
you'll find...
You are correct. You are right. Thank you. You are
I
right.
Now be not afraid. There will be options in many nations. As I've said, the 5 nations are going to be the best place to find an unmarked human to marry, especially one noble. You may be able to find someone amongst the Siren families, but they might not have the uh, they might not have the political or military pull to do what it is you wish to feel safe in that way. But the Lesh did.
I mean, it wasn't just the military prowess. He's a gifted statesman. It wasn't just through war that he carved out a country from 3, like it was something else. Anyway.
May I provide an interesting option? The most eligible bachelor this season will be the Prince Orgrave of New Syria himself. And considering the Treaty of Thronehold, technically speaking, New Syria is not recognized as a sovereign nation and thus not upholdent to court edicts. If you're looking for someone who is brave and intelligent, a skilled statesman, a leader, Prince Orgrave is the most eligible bachelor of the season. Now listen, I'm going to put a number of people in front of you for the weeks to come to be considered. He is going to be on everyone's list because he is the most eligible bachelor. Now, I will be more than happy to tailor for you a list of individuals who might have what you wish, and that they have strength, both soft and hard power, intelligent, brave, all of these things that you wish. I will do everything in my power to make sure that you have a number of suitors across the 5 nations who might fit your criteria. There's no need for you to have to enter a loveless marriage.
Okay.
You did not hire me to give you what will work, right? What's best?
No, but I understand my situation is peculiar, right? Like it's
If I may say, Viceroy Leora, your situation is not so as unusual as you think. There are a great many people who have suffered in the horrors of war and who are trying to recover from it.
I'll say this about your country. We're largely at peace because of King Caius. And I respect that enormously.
But I shall add that to the criteria. Now, thank you for telling me your story. It was heartbreaking, but enlightening to hear. And if should the days come where there's anything else you'd like to add to the list other than a magnificent statement, a mighty warrior, and a ruthless lover, please let me know, and I'll be more than happy to accommodate.
Thank you. And she will take her leave, and when she and Lena get in the carriage, she will say, in case you ever wanted to know why I insist on training in the mornings.
She nods slowly. She says, well, you're Siren. I understand. And
It's the job.
I'm not gonna say it.
It's the
I'm
job.
sure you get enough. Yeah.
It's okay. But Lena, in a million years, I cannot imagine you being happy that a country was not wrecked financially, but literally destroyed. Can't even go into the space anymore. I can't imagine you ever celebrating that as a victory. And that's a big difference. I also can't imagine anyone in House Denise taking a slave.
Yeah.
So there's a big old difference.
She just kind of nods along, quiet. Is absolutely your sounding board as you need it.
Yeah. So once that's done, there were a couple of people on the 12 that I wanted to speak to. You said the barons were in town.
They come and go, but they are needed on the council at least weekly,
Can
at the very
I
least.
catch Brevin when he is in town?
Okay, sure. So, well, yeah, you're gonna find Brevin. It's fine. There's a whole month, and yeah, it's fine. You were able to catch him at some point during the month. He's busy enough that, like, he comes and goes. You're gonna find him. He will say, "Hello, Viceroy. How's putting together a new house going?"
It's a lot. It's a lot. I can't wait until it's done so that I can actually do work. But a lot of it has gone surprisingly well, I think.
It's good. That's good. It's good to hear. It's good to hear. The rumor is that you've got the 12 in a bit of a. They seem to be considering something very heavy.
I have heard that rumor, and if it is true, I certainly hope they are. But I wanted to talk to you about something different. Now, I assume that they can find someplace kind of quiet.
Yeah.
So I feel like I got a rapport with you. I feel like I can talk to you, and you know that I am not necessarily saying something because I am trying to bribe you or do something
Right.
untoward. Yeah,
Friends.
no, yeah, exactly. So here is the thing. I am not in the information gathering business, not an investigator. I don't want to be. That is not to say that sometimes information does not come across my desk. Right? In the course of doing business, sometimes information comes to me. The problem I have, Brevin, is that while I am happy to share the information, not for profit, sometimes people just need to know things, right? We've had this experience before. Also, sometimes I need to have a certain amount of separation, right?
You need
So
to get it off your desk.
I am happy to give House Denise information when it comes by it. I need Denise to just have come by it. And however you handle it, for it to not necessarily link back to House Leora. If for no other reason, then it could potentially complicate my ability to have information drop in my lap that I can share, right? So do we need to establish some kind of back channel? Or I can just discreetly give you information whenever it comes to me for important things like the Golden Dragon investigation.
Mm.
right?
Well, you could put it in my hands if you like, but if you want to speed up the process, I'd just put it in the hands of a civis courier and send it to who do I have running the investigation? There I am.
That would be Feather. And he's oddly the reason that you and I are having this conversation right now.
I see.
I am not, this is not a complaint. It makes sense that a marshal of the law would think that I was giving him something and trying to manipulate him. That is it. That is a very reasonable thought to have. It complicates things for me when you speak those thoughts out loud, because I am putting together a guild of lawyers, and at least one of those lawyers would be very concerned about a lawman's using language like, "Are you trying to bribe me?" or some such. So, and she's actually going to hand out.
Hang on. Let me get this straight. You handed something over to Ballister.
If I may, she'll actually put the
Well,
letter.
I'd like to understand.
Oh yeah,
if that's all right. You gave some information to Ballister regarding the investigation, yes?
Yes, and she's going to actually put the same information in front of him.
He doesn't look at it for the moment. He's talking to you right now, and he goes, "And did you ask him to do something in return?"
He thought that I was going to. Had he given me 5 more seconds, he would have seen where I was actually going with it. But I understand why he cut me off. It was a reasonable place for a lawman. Like, I am not making a complaint. His behavior was reasonable. He misunderstood. I was not asking for him for anything.
All right. I'll send this along to him and have a word with him.
Would you like to know where the mishap happened? Because it is reasonable.
I just want to know what I would like to know what you want out of this conversation. I mean, do you want me to reprimand him?
No. In fact, the whole point of the conversation is that I want to establish a way that if I need to get information to someone, to whomever, that I can do so discreetly without the concern that it's going to blow back in my face. That is seriously all that I want. And part of blowing back in my face would absolutely be an inquisitor who got fussed at by his superior. Like, this is not a complaint. This is a help me to solve a problem. I swear that's all it is. I'm giving you an example of perhaps why this is a problem that needs solving. That is all this is.
I understand. Then let me say to you, as the Baron of a dragon-marked house that has probably too much military power at his fingertips, there are not a ton of people that I would call purely entities of integrity. I put Ballister to Dennis. I handpicked him for this job because I do believe him to be an honorable man who holds the law above all. Whatever interaction you may have had with him, whatever misunderstanding you may have had with him, I give you my assurance that he is a good man and he is able to see the nuances of things. And maybe there was a miscommunication that happened. I can't speak to what happened, but if you're looking for a recommendation of what to do, I don't think the most efficient thing to do is to send it to me, because I am the Baron of House Dennis and I have a lot of irons in the fire. I would just recommend sending it along to him. And if you want to keep it discreet, it can be sort of like an anonymous send. If you want to speak to him about him, I can have a talk with him about how there was a miscommunication. Okay.
Please don't.
All I'm saying is, if you want the gears of justice to turn, and you want this information in the right hands, I do highly recommend you put it in Fallister's hands. I know him well enough that I'm willing to sit here with you in another country and tell you that he's a good man.
I believe that. I absolutely believe that. I 100% believe that. I am sure that he has been approached by so many people with the best and the worst of motives. I just want to be able to get, I would like to be able to expedite getting information to him and not have to worry about him thinking I am trying to get something out of him and now have to worry about
I would box it, go to a civis station, send it in a courier, a protected courier. You can either make it anonymous or maybe just be plain about your intentions within maybe like an attached note or something. That is honestly what I'd recommend. Because you're right. Like, both of us, Ballister has a lot on his desk. And if you're direct with him, I think he'll appreciate that more. So it's entirely up to you what you want to do, but if you're asking me for an efficient way to get information in the right hands, send it to Fallister. Either anonymously or not, whatever you want to do.
and she'll pick the letter back up and fold it up, and she's like, I'll thank you for your time. I'm glad that I got a chance to talk to you. I will figure out something that is workable, but seriously, please don't.
I won't.
I wasn't looking
I
for
won't say.
anything.
I won't say anything to him. I'm just. I won't say anything.
Much appreciated. And with that, I don't know if that's just what she did this month, but everything else she needs to do is actually in Fairhaven. She's talked to Baron Fjarlin, so.
So I'd like to. So I'm going to move to Lois in a second, but I
Yeah,
want to ask
absolutely.
you what your major focus is for the entire month, other than just like little conversations here and there. So like,
The
what is
major,
Rowan doing for the rest of the 8 and other, however many hours of the day, for 4 weeks?
she would like to see, it's kind of what Cross is already doing, though, is the thing, is that her
If you
her
double your
plan had
efforts, you'll learn more.
her plan had been to find someone on the 12 and make friends with them and try to figure out if there's a way that she can.
Well, if you want, so what Cross did was learn information about what's going on. You can either do that and probably learn some stuff Cross didn't learn, or you can try and, like you said, make friends with someone or some people on the 12 for future contacts and favors and stuff.
You know what? I think I'm going to make friends.
Okay. If that's the case, give me a persuasion check. And I've posted the handouts for the Committee of the 12. I have completed them. If you have a preference of who you'd like to target for friendship, well, feel free to let me know. Be someone you already know, someone new. You'll gain benefits either way.
Yeah. Well, okay. This one might be difficult because I was going to say Merrick's, but he's consistently not there, so he's probably not a good choice.
No, that's a perfectly fine choice.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, you want to establish a friendship with Merrick's?
Oh, fuck
Absolutely.
that. That's not bad at all. That's a 16 on the dice, and I've got a good ad on that. You said persuasion?
Yeah.
Okay, so 22.
Yeah, just fine. Let's see here. Okay. You end up getting really close to Merrick's. And I'm just gonna give you like a boatload of fucking points with him. So I'm just gonna throw you up to 5 points. Like you're over the course of the month, you and him form a very deep connection. That's your choice of what kind of connection that is. Would you like that to be mentor-based relationship, friendship, colleagues, romantic? What would you like?
Uh, let's go with friends and colleagues.
Okay.
And she would
All
have
right.
definitely opened with something to the fact of I'm not really invested in I can't I understand that I was as House Cannith I was in one place, but as I'm Viceroy of House Leora, and I can't be in it. My mentor actually studied with your father, and we have a deep respect for your family's work. So I hope we can be okay, right? I have a lot of respect for you.
Well, we'll have to find out over the course of this month. And then cut to
Yeah.
25 days later, and he's like, "Damn, looks like it worked out." And you know what? For dedicating a whole month,
Yeah.
I'm gonna take you to 7 points. Like it's a whole month of building a relationship with someone. So I'm gonna take you to 7 months with the Baron. So you're like closer with the Baron than anybody else in this game right now. Like as of now, the Baron is like your BFF. You are BFFs with Baron Merrick Stakhanov. And he will essentially, and I'm giving you a personal favor. Do you have how many tokens of favor do you have with different people?
1.
You have a token of favor with Baron Merrick Stakhanov. At a certain point, he gives you like, what does he give you? Oh, okay. Okay. He gives you this like, it's such a shitty little thing for a Baron, but he gives you this single, very unique cog on just like a rope necklace. And he tells you that he tells you that like, he says, I don't recommend waving this around. It's a little weird. We're weird. We build shit, right? This is the actual, if a Warforged doesn't have this in their body, they don't win. This is a very important component within a Warforge's, you know what they say about machines, right? Every cog is important. This is that cog for the Warforged. Very complex machines, arm stops working, the whole body keeps going. So in essence, this is the Warforge's, to a hardware standpoint, their heart. This comes from directly inside the center of their chest. So we, Cannith South, have a bit of a joke. This is the heart cog. And I thought you'd find it interesting.
Oh, she's like giddy and putting it on and
Yeah, most people won't know what that is. Not even Warforged will know that is. Only somebody who's actually been in the guts of a Warforged would know, and that's not allowed. So I thought it'd be cool. And that will function as your token of favor with merits, which you can use to grant advantage, lower the DC of a roll, burn a rumor. If you want to be unique with how you want to spend your tokens of favor, feel free. The idea is that it's a trump card. That's what it is. You need a big help, use that. But you also have a favor with him, which means that like if you need a big ask, like, hey, I murdered someone, I need a friend to bury the body, he'll be like, yeah, I'll do it, but I'm not talking to you afterward. Like that's what that is. That's like a not burn the relationship, but that's like a I'll do it, but like
we're gonna try that. That's a
yeah, but that's just to demonstrate the level of how high that favor goes. That's like he'll do something big for you, but there might be repercussions for how big you ask. But that is a favor. Yeah, that's basically it, Lois. Exactly. It's like whose car are we using? He's your ride or die. That's what that favor means. He's like he's your ride or die, but you might need to get some gas in the car before you ride again.
no worries.
Cool. So you establish a connection with the Baron. He's actually, despite how much time you spend with him, he is very cagey about his projects. He doesn't tell you much about his project. He tells you some things. He does tell you that he sponsors a lot of expeditions into the Mournlands to recover Cannith equipment, and designs that were lost on the day of mourning. So he's really big into like Cannith equipment recovery in the Mournlands. Does a lot of funding, especially into Cannith Forge Hold of Whitehearth, which was their original, ancestral city place.
Yeah, that's Rowan's hometown.
Yeah, so he would tell you that he has a lot of expeditions into Whitehearth. I'll tell you what, at the end of the month, he'll drop something a little secret to you that he doesn't tell. Like, not a lot of people know this. He says, "I actually, you ever been the Cogs in Sharn? I mean, probably not. Nobody really goes down there a lot.
No.
The counselor who runs the Cogs is terrible, but I fund an inn down there called the Red Hammer, and it's built for warforges to accommodate warforges. And I just try
That
and
is
make sure
really
the
cool.
employees are treated right. And he's like kind of
That is
he tries to be
really cool.
nonchalant about it, but he tells you that he does a lot of funding for warforges and Cannith recovery and stuff like that. But he says like he thinks he's got something that's going to bring him into the limelight with Cannith, but he's not so sure it's going to work out. So he's very cagey about it. He doesn't talk a lot about it. So while he make friends with him, he's very private. He's a very private individual.
She would probably at one point ask, and like, if you can't say anything, I only have a slight interest. Fundamentally, is there difference between a warforged who had been created in a creation forge and one who was created in the Genesis forge? Is there like a difference in their spec? Is there a difference in how they would have functioned? And if you can't tell me that, then I'm not. My interest is academic. It's not.
Yeah, that's a big question. I mean, there's differences in Warforged from Creation Forge to Creation Forge. They're all different, right? I mean, each one was built by different hands. They all have the same blueprints, but it's possible. The point of the Genesis Forge was mass production and production of significantly larger creations. It was a volume-based creation forge that could do more than just Warforge. It could do weapons, armor. Could do. That's where those big Warforge came from. The big old juggernaut battle ones. That's where they came from. Genesis Forge.
The ones outside of Rukondrall.
I've never been to Rukondrall. I don't know. He knows what they're called. Sorry, he is an expert in Warforged, so he knows what they're called. Oh no, the Warforged Colossus and the Warforged Titans, the much more larger scale Warforged that were tanks. They came from the Genesis Forge. So the Genesis Forge was less about Warforged, frankly. I think it was only used a handful of times to actually create Warforged. It was more about creating new, larger, unique forms of Warforged and the actual creation of mass production of weapons and armor and turning raw goods into built goods. It's more what it was built for. Yeah. Anyway, you guys become buddy, and we'll leave her there for you and Merrick's. Tells you a little bit about himself, learn about him, and you got a pretty intense buddy on the Council of 12. Lois, let's swing over to you, Lois. What would you like to do? What would your focus like to be for the month? What do you got?
My focus is that link. I put it in the Facebook thing.
Yeah,
Uh,
I've read through it. Yep. So you want to
uh,
dedicate your focus and your time to the
well,
counter proposals?
I want to get those cleared up and uh, get the paperwork started to establish our legal guild and our diplomatic guild.
Okay. So here's what I'm gonna say. I want you to make me. I want you to make me an intelligence-based persuasion check because this is about using the law to be persuasive.
Okay. Uh, 17 and 7 is 24.
24. So I got good news and I got bad news for 24. Which do you want first?
I'll take the bad news first.
Okay. The bad news is that Civis is taking forever for you guys to work it out. You send them a counter proposal, they sit on it for 2 weeks, they send you one back, and you're intelligent enough to see that it's like they're just being hard-headed about some points that you're just not really ready to let go, and making just like minor language alterations and stuff. And you can't proceed to make a guild until this section is created. You can get the paperwork in order, but nothing can actually go through legally until this is complete. And they're just and this is considered a downtime complication. Is that they're just like you don't get anywhere with them at the end of the month. It's just like a month of proposals and counter proposals, and you're just not getting anywhere. And you're probably at the throat with the attorney general or whatever his title is. You're probably just at throats with this guy. You're not getting anywhere there. Good news though, there is some good news. So first off, as you all know, Orion gets kicked out. They're like, go sit down. The 12 actually give you a bit of a leeway here. So in your Thronehold proposal, you basically start by stating that House Leora has every intention of abiding by the Court Edicts and the Code Galifar and whatever other national treaties of law abide by in any given nation, just as any other dragon house. Yeah?
Yep.
The Council of the 12 basically like expedites the process, and they basically like in one of the sessions like put forth just like a document that says like super simply, they basically copy and paste that first part of your document without revealing anything else about Thronehold. It says like House Leora intends to abide by all legal documents that are upheld by any other dragon marked houses, including the Court Edicts, Code Galifar of Justice, and any other legal documents that would pertain to any of the recognized sovereign nations. And they're like, sign it. And if you force sign it, they're like, House Madani, you're dismissed. So they basically they in large go through the Madani counter proposal, and they just like take out the entire ethics section. They take out the entire joint operations agreement. They take out the executive inquisition. They basically just tell them that's it. They're like, you're done. They're like, they've signed it. Your ethical concerns about their use of enchantment will extend like any other individuals during the law. They're not obligated to have to like unilaterally sign that they're going to follow you specifically when they're subtracted to you. That there's already bylaws about that, and they just basically like throw out Madani's proposal, and they go, there you go. They've signed a paper. They're going to follow the law like they have to anyway. Leave. And that's how that goes. And I saw a little talk in the chat. I wanted to check in with you guys. You all sign off on Thrani and Fjarlin. You guys are
Oh yeah,
happy with those. Okay.
Perfectly good.
We all came to the exact same conclusion. That's fine.
Totally reasonable.
Excellent.
Go ahead.
Yep. You sign those and you shake hands with the Fjarlin and Thrani lawyers, and are very happy to move forward. So which means that you're signed off except for that last month. with Civis, and you're just stuck in a fucking deadlock with Civis, and they're being a pain in your ass. Is
In
there
in
any?
that
Oh, go ahead.
in that case, I am going to have a conversation. I have sending. Dad, how do I move this guy?
Okay, and he says, "Get back to you. Let me see what I can let me see what I can do." And he will, yeah, you call in the big guns, and he'll see what he can do. Is there any other minor things you wanted to get done? Month one.
I want to start. I wanted to start looking at, uh, how do the Dragon Marks houses market themselves? You know, how do they advertise? How do they get clients?
Mhm.
The business end of these arrangements.
Absolutely. Um, no, because this is a whole month. I'm not going to ask for a lot of checks because you have a whole month to figure it out. Um, Largely, you guys are going to learn about like the nature of dragon marked houses and how they do it is that they just hold a monopoly. And that's how it works. Is like if you want something forged, you want to make a sword, you've got to go to a blacksmith. And in most nations, blacksmiths have to be licensed by House Cannith. You want a lawyer, they got to be licensed by House Civis. So no matter what service you're looking for, a Dragon Marked House is getting something off the top, whether they're licensing an independent faction or you're going to their enclave and their actual heirs. So they promote by having a presence and by being the only real people of quality to contact for services. So if you ask somebody specifically, they're like, well, the thing is like House Leora, like the expectation is House Leora in whatever angle they get, and that's why there's all this mediation, is to make sure that you are finding your monopoly that isn't going to overlap with another house too intensely and compete with another house too intensely. So that if somebody wants your service, they got to go to you, or they're just not getting quality service. And that's basically how promotional. And then there's also the factor of like, people are advertised or people are sponsored. So by you guys, Fjarlin, they would compare you to Thurani, in that Thurani is a new house. They've only been around for a couple of decades, I think, since the Shadow Schism. The Lazar principalities pick them up, and they're like, make an enclave in the principalities. Set up your headquarters in the principalities, and yeah, we'll make sure you have work in the principalities. So that's how Thurani got their, because they're the easiest, most recent example. That's how they got their feet. Is that the pirate princes, whatever they're called, um, sponsored them. They're like, yeah, we got your back. We'll get you started, and we'll make sure you got some work. So that's it. By the nature of being a monopoly, and also by having powerful clients, that's enough. It seems to be enough for the other houses, and they expect it will go the same for you.
Okay. Well, that tells me what I got to do in month 2 then.
Well, let's see if we can't get that done. It's a long shot, but I want to try and get it done. Why don't we just stick with you, Lois? Why don't we stick with you? What do you want to do with your month 2?
Month 2 is whatever information I can get to try to move this Civis thing across the border to done.
Absolutely,
That's the check mark to done. That's
absolutely,
because it is snowballing everything up behind it.
it is. It
Uh,
is.
and
Yeah. Make me the same check, but do it at persuasion because you've got your dad. Dad's got your back behind the scenes in on the other side of the coast.
so that was a int-based persuasion.
Correct.
Well, I can't do any better than the 27 on a natural 20.
No, you cannot. And since no complications arrive, um, this is kind of fun. So you're pulling your hair out month two, right? Your father's like, no, I'm I've got a good angle. I think I've got a good angle. And he's giving you the like, just give me some time. I'm working on it. I've got some good contacts. Things are going well. This thing is just dragging out, snowballing. I have to imagine because I know Lois is a little bit more short fused than other individuals. I imagine Lois by the third week of the second month, just like all, ready to murder someone.
It would be easier to kill him. To be perfectly honest with you,
Taking up drinking
I
or
can
something.
hire somebody to do that.
Is having like a the accountant moment where like he can't finish the job and he's at home like smashing shit.
It's like I imagine Ludwig has to hold Lewis back at one point from like trying to strangle the other gnome.
And the gnome has a shit-eating grin on his face, and you get the sense that he is a long-lived gnome, and he is happy to wait a couple decades while this all gets mulled over. And yeah, Lois, you might but then there's good news. There's some tremendously good news. At least what it probably feels like. It probably feels like a shower at the end of all of this nonsense. Your dad messages you, and he says, "Lois, honey, I think I've got your angle. I think I did it. It couldn't have done it without you, with so your words and your knowledge of the law. But I think I've got a little break for you. I did a little, a little this, a little that. I put a little information this way, a little information that way, and I got you an actual meeting with Viceroy Yervin de Civis, who is the Lord Seneschal of the Speakers Guild, who is technically responsible for the diplomatic corps of House Civis. So you could go around the lawyer and just go directly to him. And he told I got to have a lunch with him. I explained the situation, and he told me to get in touch with you for a lunch. I think it's going to go your way. I've got a good feeling about it.
I'm happy to meet him wherever he wants.
Magnificent. He says, bring the other. He says, bring the other viceroy. Or no, it's your dad. He's like, it's all about you, Lois. He goes, okay. Yeah. He said that he's actually going to be in Karnath in 3 days. So yeah. And he'll give you the date to go meet with him. And we're gonna circle back to that because that's gonna be very interesting. It's gonna be very, very interesting, actually. Okay, I'm gonna hit you three, and we're gonna come to an end of our long-term downtime and proceed with our game. Cross. I'm just gonna go around on my screen here. Cross. What are you doing with your second month? Major focus.
Pretty sure already did. I think I already did it because I was the one who looked around.
Yes, yeah. That's right. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. My apologies, Cross. Yes, thank you very much. Okay, Ludwig, I'm gonna hit you next.
Okay.
Ludwig, what's up?
Okay, one thing. I think I missed my minor task for the previous first month.
Yeah, was there something you wanted to do? It's optional. Like you don't have to fill it. But,
a minor thing I would do is read up on everything I can find out about the history of dragon marks, the houses, and aberrant marks, and everything.
Okay. So I'm gonna maybe whatever book person you're talking to, maybe Rowan, she's a bookie individual, would say like, I mean, we can give you the primers on everything, but is there something you want to know specifically? Because like this is a you're asking for a vast repository of knowledge. Like what is it that you're trying to get out of this? Do you want to just know a little bit about because you're just going to know a little bit of the basics about everything. So do you want to be a jack of all trades, or do you want to know something specific?
That's
master of none sort of thing.
Let's make sure Ludwig knows the basics first and foremost.
Perfectly fine. Go ahead and make me an investigation check. Very
Okay.
simple. Well, you know what? I'm going to pause you there because if your this is sort of a major focus thing. If you want to
Okay.
spend month 2 doing like proper study of dragon marked houses, I'll give you a decent benefit, if you will. Because this is a
Okay.
massive.
Okay. Well, if that might be a massive thing, in the on the for the first minor thing, I would just say try to get to know perspectives of Warforged who might be in court as the first minor task of the first month. Just like
Learn
out,
about Warforged in
just like
Korth.
talking to people, like
Okay, sure, yeah,
getting
yeah,
their
just talking to
perspectives on
people.
people, like man on the street kind of
Um,
talk.
sure, and yeah, and just the minor activities are supposed to be like light things, like minor spell research, writing letters, practicing art, or talking with friends. Maybe
Okay.
crafting components, just like little things that aren't like groundbreaking, take up the majority of your day. This is like what you do after work,
Okay.
is
Well,
what it's meant to be doing,
if
right?
that's it, the minor
But
task
you
should.
can use this. You can do this.
Um.
Um, if you want to get a feel for like the Warforged community in the streets of Korth, that's absolutely an acceptable
Yeah.
minor
Get
activity.
the perspective on things. But okay. Yeah. Sure. Why not? Let's go.
Okay, make me an investigation check, or a persuasion check. Actually, persuasion check's probably better. Let's see if they want to talk to you.
26.
26 is fantastic. I'm going to see if I can find anything canonized. That's of great significance. Okay. Man, you guys put me through my paces.
Sorry.
No sorry to be sad. Perfectly happy. Let's see here. Okay. You learn about just basically like the relationship between Warforges in Korth itself. Most Warforged are in civic roles, laborers, repairing war damage, dock workers on the river, maintaining fortifications. Um, some of them maintain military service, a couple of them. Definitely not the majority. But Karnathi society generally, like as far as the different nations go, generally view them as tools of war more than people. Like they have rights and they are people. But they're kind of seen as like kind of like
More
how they see undead
advanced.
soldiers. Like
Yeah.
they'll
More
talk
advanced
to
undead soldiers.
yeah, like there are undead soldiers that are capable of sentience, and they will talk to them and speak to them, and some with respect, some not, but generally are consider them to be a like a people built for war, which is kind of what they are, but they treat them like that. Functional, but not a part of polite society. Um, Karnathi nobles have long traditions of military history. So there's a deep pride in their military history and military lineage, and so Warforged can't compare to that because they're such a young race. There's no way for them to really gain respect in high society with Klarna. So it's kind of a dead end as far as that goes. But they are treated as legal citizens under the Treaty of Thronehold. They are a little looked down on, but they are given every benefit of the law. Um, so while they don't have the best situation, they don't have any enclaves or significant living communities. Um, and they live just kind of like in little isolated here's and there's. Like they don't even have families. Like they just kind of work and have hovels, places to live, and they're given the benefit of the law. They're also just like they're just kind of like whatever, kind of like droids in Star Wars. Like sure, they're fun to have around, but they serve a purpose.
Okay. Do I get a sense of what they'd want people in charge to keep in mind? Because like they might put two together that I'm somewhat established, I guess.
Um, I mean, this is a minor focus. Like if you're just
Okay,
trying
yeah,
to get a
minor
lay of the
focus. Yeah, I'm
land,
sorry.
like we're not
Okay,
going crazy. This is just
okay,
like
okay.
okay, second month. Let's try and
Okay.
be a
Second
little
month, let's
quicker
focus.
now.
Yeah,
We're
minor.
halfway through
Yeah,
the session.
yeah. Okay, minor thing, of course. Focus on like getting ready for the season and everything.
Yep. Yep.
And
That'll be taken care of. And for everybody's sake, I have posted just a little etiquette thing in the group chat as a little guideline to the season, and that'll just be your etiquette training. Congratulations, you're trained.
awesome, perfect. And what roles do I need to do for the major Dragon Mark research stuff?
Go ahead and make me a investigation. Just make me an investigation check.
Okay, here we go. 7.
7. Oof, not great. Let's see. I'll give you. Where are you studying? You just kind of like doing a little independent study?
Independent study, but I guess I go to like the 12 Citadel, I guess, to
Well,
study because
you can't access. You're not a student there. You can't.
okay, then I guess I go to
So for a
the next
7,
the
well,
next
you can't go to any major university because you're not a student. Like they don't just let people in the door to take classes if they're not paying tuition. Let's see. You get the whole month. I'll give you advantage anyway. Go for it.
Okay. Come on. 15, that's much better.
15. Essentially, yeah, you do like a little deep delve into learning as much as you can about dragon marked houses to the best of your ability. Kind of become a little bit of a jack of all trades, master of none as far as your knowledge basis goes. So your benefit, because there's no detriment, until your next level up, I'm going to give you. I'm going to give you advantage on. Yeah. I'm going to give you advantage on all checks regarding dragon marked houses, but only at the surface level.
Okay.
Nothing particularly like deep secrets or the inner workings of how their whole business works, or like if you're looking for names and identities and like what the basic purpose of a house is, like you have advantage on the basics of dragon marked houses.
Okay.
Recalling information about dragon marked houses.
Okay,
Sweet.
I
So
think that's it.
fantastic. Last but not least is Rowan. Rowan. What would you like to do for last month?
I just realized I also didn't do a minor focus as a flavor thing. Can we say that since I was hanging out with Merrick's, my minor thing was I tinkered and made some fun aesthetic changes to Aurelius,
Sure, absolutely.
my construct.
No issue there. Yeah, you do a little inventing with Aurelius, and yeah, no problem. What would you like your next month to look like?
So I just realized that if I was going to put a major heading on what she's been doing, a lot of it has been trying to open means of like ways of communication or means of communication with the other houses. Since if we're going to do business, we're probably going to be doing business with the other houses and such. She needs to have a conversation with Baron Fjarlin.
So I'm more than happy to have these conversations, but just because we're at about half time here,
Yeah.
let me grab your major focus, and then we can have those conversations after the break.
Her major focus is again going to be to make connections with members of the 12 and the barons, so that when everything is set up, we can go ahead and do business, and people have a familiarity and like I'm not trying to be vague, but like literally until the season starts, she's got to.
Well, that's not vague. You're continuing
Yeah.
to schmooze, and maybe you're trying to find. Or do you want to continue to build on that with Merrick's and try and like fill out your relationship meter with him, or did you want to find someone else?
Um, I would actually like to spend a little more time with Baron Fjarlin because I need some mentorship things. So maybe that's what I'll do this next month. I will spend as much time with Baron Fjarlin as I can, learning how to be a baron.
Okay. Make me the persuasion check, please. Thank you.
These are going to be like administrative tasks and overall strategy and such.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I believe this is going to be a 21. That is a 15 on the dice, and I believe it was 26 for persuasion or a 6 for persuasion. So yeah, 21.
Hey, you got a new best friend. Go ahead and take a token of favor. It is going to be a small vial that has just like black, like roiling shadow inside, and she's going to tell you that it's doesn't really serve an actual physical purpose. If you were to let it out, it'll make a little splash of darkness, but nothing like black ice, basically. But it is that is pure shadow essence from the plane of shadow. And it's a kind of just like a fun extraplanar memento to symbolize sort of like you're now in a mentorship relationship with her. So we'll call her your mentor. And you're at 9 points with her, one more point, and there might be a secret benefit to being at 10. And you'll also get a favor with her as well. She is flighty. She definitely like takes off to do Baron business, and you're like, "Can I come?" She's like, "Nope." Like, "Oh, okay." But she is happy to mentor you regardless. But there's just understandably some parts of the Fjarlin business that she is
I need to know.
letting you in. But she will talk to you. She will tell you that, if it becomes official and you become the Baron of House Leora, you two are going to be in pretty direct competition. And that's something worth noting. Because House Fjarlin is very renowned for oration and its use of words and speaking. They do many political speeches. They write speeches for politicians. So there will be a little bit of competition, if not quite a bit of competition. Fjarlin and Civis and Thurani are kind of going to be your major competitors. But either way, she seems to embrace that with the spirit of friendly rivalry, so long as that she is led to understand that you are, though, going to find your own niche, and you're not just going to be jumping on what Fjarlin does, as it doesn't seem like that's what you're intending to do anyway.
No, and honestly, I deeply feel. I understand that on the surface level, it could appear like there's going to be this great competition, but honestly, I feel like there's more opportunity for us to work together, if maybe not always out in the open. I feel like there are a lot of opportunities where our work could help each other.
Absolutely. All right, and with that, you'll learn a little bit more. You'll learn that she actually doesn't spend a lot of time in Fairy. She's a very good performer, so it probably seems like she spends a lot of time there. But now that you've grown close to her, you're like, oh, you only really like pop in exactly when we need you. Like, she's very good at making the appearance of being, I will say, you kind of shadow her, and you begin to like really learn that like when she wants to turn it on, she can like make a stranger her best friend, like trust her implicitly with a couple of sentences, and on the same token, a bold enemy will be terrified of her after a couple of sentences. There's just like times where she'll like say some shit And you're like, holy fuck, I'm glad you're not the BBG. But you basically learn that her command of oration and words is probably second to none in the world. Like she just says some stuff sometimes, and you're like, Jesus, like, holy fuck.
Rowan's gonna
And
tamp down a crush.
yep, fair enough. Um, she is reaching for her middle years, and she will say that she often has to keep a tab on her perception of time because it's you know it influences the way she lives. She's like getting to be like 350 to 400 years old. Like she's like you humans work a lot quicker than she does, and she has to be mindful of that and not take her time so much. But she does make annual performances of the Dance of 20 Shadows, which is her renowned, mastered dance that is considered to be one of the most breathtaking performances out there. Mastered over 300 years. So, but yeah, she mentors you and she teaches you to be a baron. She teaches you to be patient because your enemies, because you're human and she is an elf, and the civis are gnomes, and Thurani are elves. So she says your challenge is going to be patience because your greatest adversaries in the Dragonmark world are extremely long-lived races, and there's going to perhaps be competition, rivalry, battles that will span more than your lifespan, perhaps. And if you were trying to play a patience game with us, you're going to lose. So patience is going to be your biggest enemy. So it's going to be your biggest skill to learn, because your adversaries are long-lived. As long if you're competing with Dragonmark houses, and she says, but if you're doing your job right and we're doing our job right, we won't need to worry about that. Because by the sounds of things, your competition is going to be all of the sovereign nations that you're about to fuck over with your little proposal.
I don't know how I am fucking them over. We are at peace. There is no going like right. Why do
She
they
says,
need?
oh, of course. That's how you see it. But let's swing things around for a second. You're deadlocked with Civis, yes?
True.
If your lawyer, who has been stomping around here lately, was on Civis's side, I'm sure she'd have a lot of pride. Yes? But now that she's on your team and she is directly opposing her own house, she's quite pissed off. Yes? That is another thing you must learn as a baron. You must learn to look through your enemy's eyes because Queen of Ondare, the King of Brayland, King of Karnath, they are going to see it as direct opposition. They're going to see it as Dragonmark houses trying to crown themselves. They're going to see it as a threat because, let's be honest, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to make the Dragonmark houses gain some soft power so that they can gain some hard power and erode the Court Edicts. That's what everybody wants. And these kings and queens are not fools. They will see that too. So you'll need to approach this very carefully, but fear not. The 12 have very good leaders at their head, and you will not be alone in this pursuit. Just be cautious. That's all I say. Which is where I'm gonna end us for our break. And when we come back, very excited to talk about what Lois has got going on because that's gonna be fun. And then I got some stuff planned. So let's have our break. We'll be back. It's gonna be cool. 15 minutes, 15-ish minutes.
Hey guys, what's up?
Yes. Okay, let's get to it. Let's get to the good stuff. So, lucky enough, Lowen, that's everybody. Lois. All right, Lois. Um, so as you're here pulling your hair out and forth, you are going to have a very special meeting with who you have met before. You guys all had dinner together, back in Rowan's estate in Fairhaven. Um, uh, who I'm pretty sure would have been like the CEO of, like, when you were working for House Citizens, this guy would have been like the CEO for the company you worked for, basically. Is Yeah. Um, but you sit down with him again, um, and he will stand up and shake your hand and say, Noasana, um, Noasana de Civis, or Noasana de Leora these days. Well, good to see you again. Good to see you again.
Likewise.
I'm hearing that we're giving you some trouble with the 12 and all that, huh?
I'm I'm at wit's end, to be perfectly honest with you.
I see. Well,
Viceroy, the other the other houses, we have settled the points of contention, either by equiminious agreement. Uh, we have a great deal of future professional overlap with both House Thorani and House Fjarlin. Those issues were settled very easily. House Madani had some very specific ethical concerns, and as part of another document, uh, we attested to the fact that, as members of a dragon marked house, as citizens of one of the sovereign signatories, we are we are bound by the edicts and by the Code Galifar, and that was sufficient to close that out. The only thing stopping us from being able to move forward is this loggerhead with House Civis. And I understand fully that there are there are points of contention because we have the most overlap with with the Speakers Guild, to be perfectly honest with you. Uh, and I don't think that I can't figure out what concession needs to be had. We have already established that we're willing to cede rights of first refusal on present and recently present clients of House Civis. We've established that we're willing to accept some geographic uh, exclusivity, specifically for Delargo and the Moorholds. Uh, there was want to establish some formalized method of handling ethics concerns, of pulling together um, a a a functional proof that we can handle the work before the sovereign courts, a weregild to Taos Civis in recognition of the huge body of work that has been done. And every instance has been nickeled and dimed, a change of word here, a change of punctuation there. And it's clearly I've done something to be offensive. And that's not my intent. I just want to establish fair play and to move things forward.
Mhm. Well,
The truth is, as far as I'm concerned, there is more than enough conflict in social and economic circles that House Civis and House Leora are never going to want for work.
well,
And there is a distinct opportunity because currently, if House Civis is on both sides of an issue, you have to play chess against yourself, which is difficult and tedious. Now we have the opportunity to not have that necessarily be the case. And we even carved out an exception to make that a short term arrangement, particularly if the optics need to change. I don't know what more to do.
well, I might have a solution for you. I've looked through all of your the briefings and paperwork I was brought in front of me. This pain in the neck you have, and I think I might have a way around. So let me see if I can't hand you your holy grail of moving things along here. So he kind of like takes out a copy of the proposal and counter proposals and kind of lays them out in front of himself. Says, "Hmm. So I've drafted something of my own that is a little different than what you two have been trying to figure out. I think uh, I think the exclusivity of client protections would be unnecessary, and I could have uh, royalty on diplomatic contracts taken away. Uh, be sure oversight can be taken out, enrichment of enchantment restrictions certainly removed, establish. Frankly, I could make you a pretty good deal. I could, we could just pull back our proposal entirely, and I'd be willing to hand over to you the diplomatic side of the Speakers Guild altogether. And in good trust and publicly so, with an acknowledgement from House Civis that we're proud to hand this section of our business to you with a kind endorsement on the Kornberg Chronicles front page. But I would need something from you.
I understand. And what would you require from us?
He says all this kind of casually, and he takes a bite of food while he's going, and he says, "Well, if I'm not mistaken, the courting season is upon us, and you have stipulations in your contract regarding hereditation, yes?
Yes.
Well, you see, the Speakers Guild, House Civis, really altogether, we have a bit of a business rival in Zalargo. Um, they are very prominent in Zalargo, and we'd like to see them taken out of the picture. Now, before we get too excited about how that is done, they have a son who is entering the season as a eligible bachelor. He's the firstborn son of the family in this generation. Very capable, handles the finances, good lad. Very capable, intelligent individual. But the problem is that he is very, very, very eligible. He probably comes from one of the most prominent trading families in all of Zalargo, so it wouldn't be an easy matter securing a marriage alliance. But if House Leora was, say, able to absorb this house and get them out of Civis's way, I'd be more than happy to dedicate the spoken aspects of diplomacy from the Speakers Guild to House Leora with a something publicly stated that you are all people of integrity, and House Civis wouldn't trust anyone else to take on these measures.
Wow. Uh,
It's a big decision.
it is, and at the same time, it is abundantly not.
Hmm.
I will, if you can provide me the gentleman's name, I will put that name in front of. I've I've hired a broker.
Smart. It's
Uh,
smart.
I will put that gentleman's name on my short list.
He will write a name on a piece of paper and he'll slide it across the table to you. And the name is, I'm gonna post it here in the Zoom chat. I'm sure he has more titles than this, but this is the relevant information. Because gnomes love their titles. The more titles, the better. He will say, the Tavarden family has pretty substantial claims. He'll give you the full rundown of the job. He says, "This is there's multi-purpose here. This would get a rather large Zil gnome family out of the way, one that is a rival faction of us, House de Civis, and the Trust, may I add. Get them out of the way, and if it's absorbed into your house, it's a great benefit to House Civis's influence in Zalargo. And this wouldn't be something that wouldn't work out for House Leora. Their house is very flush with coin, and they have a great deal of trading partners in the south, and probably diplomatic connections, if not only in Zalargo, probably Brayland as well, if not beyond that. So this would be a very valuable house to absorb, for one, and for two, frankly, if I'm being quite frank, it would show the doyen of our house that House Leora is willing to do what it takes in the name of integrity to do the right thing in the name of diplomacy, and will give us some great level of comfort to know that we're handing off that portion of the Speakers Guild to capable hands.
I as I said, I will put this name in front of my broker. I'm a woman of intellect, not harm, but hopefully that will suffice.
Like I said, it's a big decision to make, and frankly, not a decision you need to make. If you want to let me know that you're not interested or definitely
I've
interested, by all means. But
I've I've already your very kind and generous offer is what marriages amongst the royal houses, the sovereign houses are about. They are about establishing heredity. They are about establishing scope of influence. They are about the contract between civil parties. And House Leora, myself specifically, want nothing more than a civil partnership with House Civis, and this is this is the most reasonable way to accommodate that.
excellent. My just a minor tidbit. I do believe you were thinking of opening up all of the documents here say that you're wanting to open up your own sort of barrister's guild. You want to open up your own legal.
Eventually, I think that it is necessary because it it goes hand in hand with our our space inside of the speaking
Hmm.
speaking
And
space.
and,
And
and absolutely. All I was going to suggest is that between our two houses, we'll put something in writing, of course, but between our two houses, we just simply put something in that Civis is the written side of things. We'd like to maintain the licensing of barristers because we've established that for 3,800 years. We've been licensing barristers and we're trusted in this. And you are more than welcome to actually have your own barristers guild that actually performs the services of legal aid. All we'd ask is that the licensing is done through us.
I ultimately I think that we can agree to that. We would we would like to if we are going before the sovereign courts and are helping build the body of law. I think the written and the oral argument uh, both bring a lot to the table of precedent.
Hmm.
And I feel House Leora would be ill served if we could not provide some sort of meaningful input into the curricula. Once we have established a a body of precedent and good work before the sovereign courts,
Of
be
course,
it
of course.
40 years, 50 years, some reasonable volume,
Mhm.
we would like to be able to say, this is what we have done. This is how we have done it. These are the major decisions that we have been part of. Uh, so we can have a seat at that table defining that curricula. Because as time and circumstance changes, the the legal specifics, particularly with the differentiation between the sovereign signatories um, means that that curricula is going to need to be flexible.
Exactly. Well, the Speakers Guild, as I'm sure you well know, Sid, Loisana, is that we make most of our coin through the speaking stones. That is where the majority of our cash flow comes from. And after that, it would definitely be the licensing of these professions: barristers, interpreters, mediators, heralds, those sorts of professions. So, and then the Notary Guild, like, you don't have anything to do with the Notary Guild. We don't even talk about that. But the point is that I think if we work this way, you help us out here, help us get a rival out of the way, it will be a significant enough boon to Civis um, influence that it will create revenue enough that it will certainly make up for any losses in the actual spoken portion of diplomacy, and we can hand that off to you, and then our two houses can work in tandem when these things come up, and we can license out your workers, and everybody gets to be happy. Everybody gets a slice of the cake.
And that is, as I said, the most reasonable proposal I could imagine.
Excellent. All right. Well then, and he'll raise his glass of whatever you guys have been drinking, and he'll say, "Well, here's um, to the future success of both Leora and Civis."
Long live détente.
Aha. And he will take a sip of that. And he will, lunch. Yeah, maybe there's more. Like, how's things going in House Leora? And he'll eventually, you guys will get up, and he will shake your hand and say, "I'm sure we will know your answer by the end of the courting season." But I think we've all gotten a good picture of what's been achieved here today. So, thank you very much for seeing me for lunch, and
And
hopefully we can get these things moved along.
thank you for taking the time to see me as well.
All right. I've got some stuff to do, but good luck. Good luck.
Thank you.
And he will meander on his way. To which, Lois, you can do whatever you want, but maybe return to the party.
Well, the first immediate thing is, since I have sending,
Yeah.
and I have met the lady, uh, the head lady at the Sacred Heart is going to get a message. Put this man.
Yeah.
Where the hell did it go?
Got you.
On my list at the top.
Got it. Understood. And you get a sending back that says, "Understood. We'll do it immediately." And yep, Lord Noldrick Taverdrin has been
There it is.
added to your list. Yep, yep. Cool. So with that, Lois can return to the party after 2 months of preparation. You guys are all prim and proper and prepared for the courting season, which was going to come around in like we'll say like maybe a day or two. Depending, we're going to play it a little loose. We'll get started next session, but we'll wrap up whatever needs wrapping up. But Civis, you may return to the King's Grace, where you all presumably been staying, and
Yeah, I guess we all get in a room together. Uh, Wait, Lois, I'm sorry, explain again. What did he offer you?
He offered to get Civis out of our way. And to wholesale hand over the diplomatic side of the Speakers Guild to our house.
Just take themselves completely out of the game on that front.
Yes.
Just not be our competitors. It would be our thing.
Yes.
Ludwig sits down like, wow. And all he wants in exchange is for you to try and marry this guy.
Yeah, that's a
Oh,
big
no.
ask.
No. to marry this guy.
Okay,
Not
then
try to.
okay, we need to.
Marry this guy and get him out of Civis's way.
Okay,
And Civis gets out of our way.
okay, we need to get you. We need to get the two of you some rings and
We
get you to a
need
priest as soon as possible.
to let Lois be the only one making this decision,
Okay,
since she is tying herself to someone for the rest of her life. And
absolutely,
she's
absolutely,
like longer lived, so we're not doing a damn thing.
absolutely.
Lois, whatever you need, you will have. If this is not something you're comfortable with, Lois, don't do it. We'll find another fucking way.
I appreciate what everybody is saying, and I will tell you the same thing that I told Viceroy de Civis. In the royal houses, this would be a dynasty making arrangement.
Yeah.
Effectively, it is exactly the same thing for us. And as long as this gentleman, who I have not yet met, is not a complete buffoon, and given what was explained to me about his family and prospects, buffoon seems unlikely, then it is too good an opportunity to pass up. But I was very candid with the Viceroy in that I am an intellectual. I am not a social person. And that will have to suffice. But it's a matter of me being able to present what it is that this heir needs. And more importantly, what his family needs. What can them being folded into House Leora provide to them?
What do they do?
That's going to be part of the discovery and background material.
Well,
I know
I'll
that
tell
they're
you,
a mercantile house.
yeah, you can make a history check if you want, because you're from Zalargo, and these are pretty big fish.
That'll be a 26.
Yeah, you know very well who these people are. The Tavardran clan is known for discretion, wealth, and influence. They are one of the older, and amongst gnomes, this is pretty impressive to say. They're one of the older houses amongst gnomish nobility. They have historically acted as intermediaries, between dragon-marked houses and Zalargo's unmarked mercantile elite, which has put them at a pretty devastatingly powerful advantage in the world. So basically, all trade between dragon-marked houses and elite mercantile families goes through them. Thank you. So they get the pick. They are led by Mistress Kivasa Tavardrin. She is Nordic's formidable aunt and the matriarch of the family. And last but not least, they both have visible and hidden ties to the trust. They are seen as a family that keeps Zalargo and its secrets safe. But according to the Viceroy, apparently the relationship between them and the trust is soured. So right now things are opportune for Civis to hop on it and get rid of them. well, things are a little sour right now because that won't always exist. That might get mended. So they're kind of we found a perfect opening. We need you to take advantage of it. So there's a big moment in Zalargo's history, shall we say, mercantile history. That's what you know. I'll give you that information in the Zoom chat.
Wow. So, Lois, from what you say, this sounds like the kind of family we'd be looking for.
They bring a lot to House Leora's table as a fledgling dragon marked house. It's going to be a big sell.
You could always
And
include the details of this offer as a part of your proposition. If they knew that we were going to essentially get handed over the Diplomats Guild, then
and I I can't foresee that not being necessary. Uh, but first things first, have to meet the gentleman. Make sure that we're not oil and water or too much oil and water. But this is a dynasty making arrangement. And for all that we have done to get to this point, it is too big an opportunity to not to take.
And we may be fledgling, but if they're merchants,
Oh,
our
lawyers
mark
and
is
diplomats,
our
you
mark
know
is
it.
our mark is the right mark. And to have their
Absolutely.
own mark, come on now. It's not always going to be an easy sell for humans, but for gnomes who are very long lived, who live long enough to see dynasty. No, we're not going in empty handed.
Oh, I
That's
I know
a
we're not empty-handed. Just the size of the hands aren't quite balanced.
well, I wouldn't underestimate the value of the mark in itself.
and there's I mean, it's fine. You got wingmen, wing people. Let us know what you need.
Well,
You ever, if you're a merchant family and you're thinking in the very long term, well, getting access to a dragon mark in your bloodline would be hitting the jackpot, I would think. That's quite the investment, you might say.
I I would tend to concur, particularly with Armark's current expression, with the less than typically detectable charm.
Indeed. So,
It makes for building relationships, particularly for a mercantile house. It greases the wheel. Is that the right term? Rowan, greases the wheel.
That is indeed the right term.
so I wouldn't undersell what we have to offer, even services offer notwithstanding.
But that's the outcome of that. But at the end of the courting season, if everything goes well, House Civis will be out of the way. Our diplomatic arm will be well and truly established.
Well, that's a good season's work.
Yeah.
Indeed so.
Well, two of you have your eye on someone. That's good. Easier to hit a mark that you know you're aiming at.
Uh, any progress with you when the matchmaker of Rowan?
With that said, because we're playing a little loosey goose with the timeline here a bit, there would have certainly been a point during the month where you were all called together to speak about how the season's going to be conducted and let you know what you're in for, basically. So, in the interest of trying to keep things as chronological as possible, so we're not, confusing ourselves with the meta. Let's just say that this offer was put on the table. Like, let's just say today you have your big meeting, where they're going to quote unquote review what they've already told you. And you guys can go in and have that little meeting now, and figure out how this courting season business is gonna work.
Did Cross talk to the matchmaker at all?
Frost would have been invited, though they know that you're not getting involved in the season. Like, you might want to know what's involved.
Ross has been deliberately avoiding them, partly because Cross is planning to be spending the time with Orgrev, so essentially Cross already has his own
Mhm.
court season plans that don't involve the matchmaker. But I guess he'll come along for this just because why not? It's fun to watch.
The shield. if you relay this information to the Shield of Hearts, they tell you that like what you're learning here will be relevant to your time with the prince. So it might be.
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
Here we go.
Here we go. Let's see. Quite a bit of information.
Who wants to go first?
Oh no, there's nobody first, Joe. You're all going together.
Oh boy.
This is just like I said. This is information about the
and I
season.
I promise Lois and Rowan that whatever happens the upcoming season, I will be the best wingman you could possibly have.
Cool. So, you all make your way to the Shielded Hearts for this review. Thought I had a identity for this individual. Okay. Make that quick. Hold on. Okay. So you're going to go to the Shielded Hearts for this big meeting. What's exceptional about this meeting is you were told that you're going to meet your host and master of ceremonies today. Okay. You walk into the room where you are going to... What the fuck? Sorry. So... Sorry. There we go. So you walk in to find, of course, you're the person you have employed. Where are you? There you are. Ingrid Vallon. She says, "Welcome, everybody. It's so good to see you all." So, as I told you all, you will be meeting with your Master of Ceremonies today and your host for the season. He is going to remind you and take you through everything that you will need to know about the season to come. So be prepared. He will have lots of information for you, but I do not think you will be upset with what you are going to learn today. And she will take you through. And I'm going to sneeze. Nope. I talked about it. Oh, wait. Fuck. Okay, we're good. Sorry. Okay. So you walk in and you find this this graceful and striking gentleman. He has shoulder-length dark auburn hair and keen green eyes, and has like flowing coats of deep emeralds and silvers with the subtle embroidery of interlocking hands of an olive branches. His voice as he speaks is sort of lyrical and performative. And he turns around and he's got one of those like walking sticks in his hand and a rapier at his hip, a very fine decorative rapier. He turns around and says, "Welcome, House Leora. Welcome. I've been so pleased to have this assignment. My name is Sir Relian de Denac. It is my honor to meet you and to take you through our wonderful Seasons of Concords this season. Now, as Miss Vorlin has probably already told you, this is going to be a rather unique courting season. As we all know here today, the court edicts, right? A thing of the past, a thing that's sort of a guideline more than a real legal document. So, to that end, we're not breaking any laws here, but maybe we wouldn't do this exactly in front of a king or a judge. But I promise you, with the help of Ingrid Volden and many other marriage brokers across the land, we have put together a very excellent itinerary just tailored for your house. So, I have been told that you are wanting to tailor your experience based around, of course, who is eligible for each of you. Humans, gnomes, more humans. We have taken these things into consideration. And so your itinerary will be as follows. The 5 nations, of course, but not also to be forgotten, will be Zalagra, will be thrown in. This will include New Syria, and it is going to be a marvelous time. Now, and he is going to say, "Where are you, you silly little thing? Oh, there you are." And he's going to pull out a dice. And he is going to say, "So, this is how we're going to determine it. Which nation your courting season will start will be with the roll of a dice. One of you must take this dice and roll it to decide where House Leora will begin its courting season. Let the god of love decide for herself where Leora's fate and destiny may begin." He sort of presents the dice forward between the 4 of you.
What kind of
Rowan?
dice is it? What kind of die is it?
I believe it's a d6.
Thank you.
Rowan, you are the Baroness would be.
5.
5. Yeah, he watches as it rolls across the floor and goes, 5! 5! He starts like going through a little. Which one was 5?
I love it.
Let's see here. Yes, 5. Most perfect. So, he swings his head over at you, Lois, says, "So, I've heard that you have someone very special in mind, someone at the top of your list. Well, I have very good news. We may execute these plans immediately. It seems House Leora will begin its love season in the wonderful nation of Zalat. Congratulations. Now, I must say, it is important. I know, of course, Viceroy Cross, you will be attending court with another individual. But fear not, the rotation will all be done in due time. And, well, frankly speaking, this is how it's going to go. Each week, you're going to move through a different nation, starting, of course, in Zalargo, and then you'll make your way through the nations. Next will be to New Syria, and then on all the way up to Karnath, and then on Dare, and then back to Brave. You are going to make a circuit of Corvette, and you're going to see all of the best nobles that the land has to offer, and all the nations that hold the race of individual that you so desire. In this way, dragon-marked houses can make the rotations through all the various nations, see who looks interesting, of course never to marry, wink wink, but who knows what can happen. Love is a mysterious thing, is it not? So, we're going to take you through all the nations, you're going to find yourself someone to marry, and once you do, well, you'll talk to your marriage broker, go from there, you have all been trained in the ways of etiquette, calling cards, and so on and so forth, and we're going to see what happens. Now, I do believe there are some special arrangements that have been made by Prince Orgrev, considering that he is indeed the most eligible bachelor of the season. Sorry, I'm tempted to applaud, but there's only the four of you.
Off of mist pouring out.
Yes, oh God, I'm sorry. Yes, well, New Syria is very kindly offered to entertain a gala there for Dragonmark people to come and schmooze with the new Prince of Syria. But, of course, the Prince is not looking for someone with a dragon mark because he has to rule his nation, doesn't he? He has to lead his people. So to that end, I have a magnificent announcement that has been organized with the Prince himself. He will be personally traveling with you during your voyage through the five nations to find a suitor.
Hey, awesome.
Isn't that wonderful?
Yeah, Cross, isn't this wonderful?
Why did we have to pull some strings to make this happen? But the Prince agreed. The Prince agreed.
I was hoping maybe just get a break from all of this for just a few weeks.
Nonsense! 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 Nonsense. So, allow me to give you a little bit more insight into your wonderful itinerary. You will be spending a week in each place, and there will be a series of events that you'll be attending during that time. In Zalargo, the first event you will be attending is an event known as the Coded Gala. It will be the first ball of the Zalargo courting season. There, courtship is made through puzzles delivered to each guest, unlocking magical dances and with the correct pairings, of course. So, it will be a great deal of fun, more information to come on the way, but this will be our first journey. The unfortunate note is this. Well, I think it's rather a fortunate note, really, is that you must indeed travel as a group. I am certain that Viceroy Ludwig and Viceroy Rowan will not find a marriage match in Zalargo, but you must be there to support your fellow Viceroy. And your fellow Viceroy, Lois, after she has done her business in Zalargo, will come with you for the rest of the roster. Be assured that this time is meant to be a time of excitement and relaxation. You're going to travel all around these nations, see the most beautiful cities and the most beautiful sights, go to the finest galas, and travel through the nation via lightning rail and see all of the pastures and sights and all the things that the five nations have to offer. It should be a sort of vacation, really, one filled with dalliances, romance, luxury, good food, good wine, all that you could possibly want in a little bit of time off from all of the hard businessy work of being a dragon martyr.
I mean, that doesn't sound bad. I'm not gonna lie. I've done worse things in my life. I've had to endure worse things.
Well,
I would certainly hope so, or else your life has been far plush than anybody I know.
Furthest I've ever been from Karnath, that's for sure.
Indeed. Bodyguards, of course, can come, as I note, some beneath members in the hall. Are, of course, welcome to come in on assistance. If you have personal, escorts or people you want at your side during the courting season, someone to sort of, you know, help you through it. Maybe a mother or a father, whatever. Everybody has their mamas. Of course, Ingrid Volman will be traveling with you to help with the marriage brokering and being a professional assistant in the courting season. But rest assured, due to our sponsorship with House Orion, travel will be swift and comfortable, first class, and most exciting. More will be shared. More will be shared. There will also, of course, be a final event where everyone may come together and celebrate the success of the season. But all I want you to worry about right now is getting all of your outfits together, getting packed up, and prepared to see Corvair in all of its splendor. Yep.
That sounds amazing.
Lovely.
Magnificent.
Dare I
Magnificent.
say, even romantic.
Oh, I would certainly hope so. So, there are some things I'll put you in on. Some more things, of course. You've already been told the key structure. You're going to be traveling around each week, seeing the sights and so on and so forth. You won't probably be seeing dragon-marked house members from other houses, as they will be before or behind you in a little bit of a train. But you will, of course, be seeing the nobles of all the great nations. There will be Concord parties. These are all, of course, Concord sponsored parties. No house-affiliated nobles or heirs of new houses or minor houses will attend. There will be a variety of rosters. Any noble that you see at one gala will be at the next, and the next, until you travel on to the next nation. But fear not, even should you leave that nation and have not secured yet a marriage, the people are still allowed to call on you, and you on them, even if you're in another nation. We will use it, utilizing the teleportation circle network to ensure that all of our wonderful people are able to call on each other and continue the relationships, even as the time has passed from that one nation. The rites of calling will be introduced through calling tokens, as you've been told, contacts, correspondences, plan encounters. You can only have one a week, but fear not, should your love be extra, or you have found someone who is a little extra special to you in another nation, you didn't expect love to fall upon you, you can always consult your marriage broker to consult with the Concord to give you an exception. And you can also, well, consult with your fellow house members. I mean, technically you need the approval of a high-ranking member of your house, but you are the highest-ranking members of your house. So really, as long as the four of you are in agreement, you can call on whoever you want. So, I hope you have a wonderful courting season, and I will be traveling the lane with you, keeping you informed and appraised of all things, and I would love to answer any questions if you have them at this time.
Actually, this is kind of important. Can I get a portfolio of what the fashions are looking like in each of the nations? Because I should be presentable, and presentable is different from court to court.
Of course, and traditions do change court to court. And Ingrid will say, "Oh, I'll be sure to get that for you, dear. I had every intention of dressing whoever needed it, but I do know that you are one for your own fashion skills. I'll be sure to make a portfolio available to you."
Although I've actually never had anyone dress me. So I
am more than happy to make my in-house tailors available to you to help you create whatever designs you want.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Magnificent. Magnificent. And I'll be more than happy to help show you along the way. But if I may, to all of you, dress as you would like to dress as yourself. You are a member of a Dragonmark house, so, for example, Rowan, I know you have roots to Ciri, so if you were to dress Sirin, the entire roster around, I don't think it would show any offense to anybody. And then putting a national spin on it would be most acceptable. More than happy to guide any one of you through the process, as little or as much as you need.
And Rowan is in another corseted suit that's super tailored, and she says, while I appreciated the fine sentiments of my countrymen, honestly, the billowing sleeves, they really they get stuck in moving gears, and it's a great way to lose a finger. And also, I have a waist, and I
Of
never
course.
understood why I should have to hide it.
By all
She
means,
pulls
she says,
herself up a little bit.
yeah. She says, by all means, simply just an example. All I mean to say is you should dress in a way that expresses who you are, while still, of course, tailoring yourself to the etiquette of the nation. Of course. Sir Relin du Denek says, "Is there any other questions that I might answer before I hit the road?"
The people we would be meeting with and our potential matches, should we be aware of them ahead of time, or will that be a surprise?
Oh, he'll refer to Ingrid. He will say, "Oh, no. Everyone is aware of who's on the guest lists and the rosters and so on and so forth. Um, more than happy to make that available to you about who's going to be out courting. It would be very bad form to make connection before the season, however. But I'm more than happy to tell you, give you a guest list of who will be attending. But rest assured that me and my assistants have gone through and filtered through all of the names, and be sure that each one of you is going to receive a list of interesting individuals that you should perhaps spend your focus on based on your wants for the season, so we can filter through some perhaps unexceptionable people.
That
Okay.
sounds very reasonable.
Thank you. I would be grateful for that list. Thank you very much.
I assure you, it is most on the way. That's right. Sir Relian says, "Is there anything else? Is there anything else that I can do for all of you? Are you all excited? Do you need more information?"
We begin next week.
Exactly. Begin next week. Let the romance spring forth. It's going to be wonderful.
And we may be seeing familiar faces here and there throughout the coming weeks, correct?
Depending on which nation you're from, as I've said, you won't run into any other Dragonmarked house members, as Dragonmarked houses don't date into housing. But depending on what people you know and what nations, you indeed might see people you know.
Well, thank you
You'll be
very
the
much.
only Dragonmarked people at any given gala, as well, anyone there to court, that is.
Well, thank you very much for that.
Of course. Well, may Orway bless your life and your love to come. And we are going to see you on the lightning rail just as soon as we can. Fear not, all expenses have been included with your initial bill, which has been, of course, redirected to House Fjarlin. An exceptional bill, if I may say so. But now all you need to do is sit back and let the romance come to you, and let Orway bless you with love. Now, if there's nothing else, I'll be getting going. Any other questions you have, you may refer to Ingrid, and if she cannot answer them, I certainly will. And we will see you on the train soon enough. And you will all be meeting with the Prince Orgrave in Zalago. Congratulations, I'm so excited for all of you. Okay, very well. Good day to you all. I must be going.
Have a good day to you, sir.
Put his stick under his arm, and he is going to meander over to the old teleport circle. And Ingrid will say, "Well, he is wonderful, isn't he? He's very suited for his job."
Oh, yeah.
Well, if there's nothing else, as I said, you may come here anytime for fittings with the local tailors, and we will have you ready to go for next week, post-exit.
Thank you again, Lady Volan.
Was just fallen. I am no noble, but thank you anyway. And she will let you go. Now, you will receive. You know what? Yeah, Rowan, you guys are you're such a buddy lately. You'll receive a mess of sending from a scrivening station. It says, "Hold for message from Baron Merrick's to Kenneth." And then it says, Viceroy Leora, the oh my god, sorry. The Committee of the 12 would like to hold private session with House Leora regarding your recent proposal that has taken us far too long to get to. Today, at your earliest convenience, if at all necessary. And that is the message you receive.
I will gather my house and we will come directly. Thank you. I will gather my house and we will come directly.
We run down to the 12.
It's been a busy day. Fair enough.
Think they'll say yes?
About to find out.
If not, it's worth taking the risk.
Okay. You are brought before. Find your way back. Oh, and new picture of what the actual canon image of the Tower of the 12 looks like on Roll20. It's way fucking cooler than the 3.5 edition, if you ask me. But yeah, she's off there on the right of the screen. Yeah.
I don't see it.
On Roll20, do I have you on? No, I have you on Shielded Heart. Sorry. Okay, yeah. Head over to Korth, and then on the right there is the Canon Shielded Heart, or the Canon Tower of the 12.
Ooh, wow.
Far more intimidating. You ask me.
Oh, yeah.
That looks like a wizard tower.
Yeah. That and it's still a park down below. See, you can see the little park bench. It's just probably the most terrifying park you've ever walked through because of the lightning storms, you know. It's fine. They come off of the streetlights. Anyway, you guys all make your way in and find yourself to the central chamber of the Tower of the 12. It's going to be empty, and you're going to see out of a side room, Merrick's comes out. He just goes, "Oh, good, you're all here. Over here." And he's just going to kind of walk in to the side room, and you're going to be brought into essentially like a council chambers, like a private council chambers. And he is going to say, and you're going to see the other barons sitting there. And he's going to say, "All right, we're called to order this committee of the 12, growing more than 12, but it's fine. This committee of the 12 to discuss a very private, off-the-record matter. Says, Councillor Velderon de Civis, as you've already been informed, if you must take note of the proceedings, please do so privately and perhaps under the protection of a illusory script." And the senior gnome will sort of give like a little wave of like, "Yep, got it." As a little pen will just move across the page, wicked speed, scribing everything that's happening, while every now and then he kind of waves his hand over the page, and a little glow from his mark. Let's see here. Merrick says, "Okay, House Leora, your proposal has been a very interesting topic of conversation amongst this committee as of late. And though we here at the council have come together to agree that it is a very interesting step forward for Dragon Marked houses, we are very divided in how to proceed. So, Before we get into all of that, I'm going to make one thing apparent. This proposal doesn't exist. You have no intentions of taking Thronehold as of yet. And if you wish to take this step, to be specific, the Committee of the 12 will sponsor you now and take over for House Fjarlin. As this move that you'll be taking does put you on the front lines, and you'll require significant support, not from one house, but from all the houses to proceed forward. So with that understanding, and with a much more important understanding that if you take this step, you are going to be the primary focus for any fallout, ire, anger, resentment, retaliation, anything. Make no mistake, you are going to be on the front lines of political mayhem when this all cuts loose. It depends on which route we choose, and we put together a number of potential tactical options to make this happen with varying degrees of risk and diplomatic strategy. All of them, however, center around you and your abilities. But before we proceed with the proposal, you have to understand what you're getting into. There could be intense, significant diplomatic, political backlash if this doesn't go well. This is going to be a very delicate, very risky potential matter to go forward with, depending on which route we go. As long as you understand that you're entering into a political tactic that is very beneficial for Dragonmarked houses altogether, it could be very risky for you. You'll be on the front lines of this particular mission, and we will support you. But it will be your face on the front of... You'll be the face of this movement. So, are you sure you want to proceed forward before we continue this session?
What would the negative outcomes be exactly?
He kind of looks back for another more wizened council member to speak on his behalf. And I think it's going to be Councillor Hestia de Vidalis that's going to stand forward from the House of Handling, who seems to be the most direct and says, well, or actually she's a woman. She goes, well, let's put this bluntly. Things fuck up.
Since you're in death?
Yeah.
Also,
this could
not
be
really
very
any
bad.
different than now. Not really. So
However,
like
be assured that you got to understand, if this is wrote the wrong way, if this is pushed in the wrong direction, if the wrong thing is said, all of these sovereign nations that at one time wanted to claim the castle as their mark of power, as the sovereign of Corvair, that you're going to be sitting there, you're uniting all of these nations potentially against a common cause, which is you. So that's the negative outcome. Every sovereign nation that wants that throne under their ass is going to be looking at you as the common enemy between. Worst case scenario, you call together a coalition, a temporary coalition between all the nations, to get you out of the way, and if the worst comes to pass with you, that'll backlash to all Dragonmarked houses. And maybe they decide the Court edicts need to be enforced a little bit more intensely. So this is depends on which path we're going to go, but it could be high risk. Most probably is going to be high risk, but high reward.
Would any of our lives potentially be in danger?
Yes! The
absolutely,
Lady
100%.
Vidala says. Absolutely. They might decide that you're in violation of the Court edicts. They might just find a way to spin it in that way. They have pretty good lawyers and they have sovereign power over their own nations. They could try and separate you, excommunicate you from one another. They could imprison you forever, execute you. And then when they're done with you, maybe they'll go after... he directs his hand at the Baroness Lyrandar, says maybe they go after Lyrandar next and try and take over their holdings, or that you're in technical violation of the Court edicts, which are been given to them on the very generous hand of the Queen of Andare. So, yes, this is high risk, high reward in every sense of the word. High danger to all of us, but potentially very high reward for Dragonmarked houses.
Practically speaking, this isn't a reservation. the only thing that would need to be resolved with the 12 and House Leora and House Fjarlin is that there are certain expenses that House Fjarlin is currently managing for us that we realistically need to have managed, not the least of which is our security, is the matchmaker,
Carla de
running
Fjarland, the
expenses,
counselor
that kind of
representing
thing.
Fjarland. Yeah, she stands up and she says, we have consulted with House Fjarland regarding this, and the 12 would be more than happy to pick up the expenses that Fjarland is currently holding for all of you. She'll kind of direct a hand. She'll say, we're also trying to get your paperwork processed quicker. You're already technically a legal Dragonmark house so long as the courting season goes well. And once the courting season ends, that's when we're going to really go headlong into this. So we want to discuss with you the different tactics that we have prepared. And while you're during the courting season, we, the 12, are going to work on that tactic to the best of our abilities. Once the courting season is ended, we'll come together and plan next practical steps. That is our general itinerary for moving forward with this. Merrick says, so be sure now that this is something you want to proceed with, and we'll be happy to share with you what best plans we've come up with.
I would like to see what potential plans you might have before we come to a final decision.
I would like to ask if plans, whatever plans you may have, are the 12. I don't know, I understand the 12 may not be united, but entirely united behind every plan, but are the 12 at least united by the very idea of what we proposed?
Merrick's turns around and says, we have all taken a lot of diligent time to consider the ethics and consider the potential future consequences of this, and we've even, in fairness, called out the barons of the other factions of Cannith, allowed them station on this council so that a most unified decision could be come to. This committee exists to mediate the peaceful coexistence of all the Dragonmarked houses. So while we all have our backgrounds from different Dragonmarked houses, while we sit on this committee, we exist as a neutral and unifying party between our houses. So to that end, if there's anybody here on the committee that has deference to this plan who is not interested in proceeding, please raise their hand now. And if they wish to consult with their house, decide that their house wants nothing to do with this, by all means, we'll leave without dishonor in any way. I think we've all agreed to that preliminary. And you're going to see all the hands go up. Every hand in the room. All 14, 15 committee members put their hands up. Zorlon de Cannith will stand. He'll say, we have spoken for quite a while about your most interesting proposal over the last 2 months. And though we all have our differences on how we should proceed and which plan is the best way to go, this committee agrees that this would be the best thing for Dragonmarked houses, and we are united to see you proceed in this plan, to back you, help you strategize, find a way forward.
Very well. Just wanted to ensure that we're all united front on this. I have no further questions other than to hear what plans you have. But I would first defer to my fellow marked heirs in House Leora.
Well, I, for one, think that it is past time for a bold action. And if not now, when? And if not a small, unthreatening house like Leora, whom?
You get a couple here's around the committee table,
Yeah.
especially from the more short-lived races.
I'll stand up and say, ever since the end of the last war, it's always been a question of how the edicts would be enforced and what and how strong they actually were. An issue like this was going to come along eventually. Let's lead the way and shape it in our image. Let's go for it. Why not?
Zorlin looks pretty into that. There's quite a few people around the table who kind of the more maybe perhaps more aggressive people that you found out about Cross kind of give sort of a nod to that ambition.
I say this cautiously approaching, but yes.
Doesn't sound too cautious. Sounds very ambitious, in fact. Merrick's will say, okay, let's proceed with the tactics we have. Now, this is to say, this is what the 12 have come up with. We are, not to pat ourselves on the back, but we are pretty sharp minds around this table, so we recommend you take our advice. Now, with that said, House Leora sees a path better to use their own marks and powers. By all means, make suggestions, edits to the plans, but this is what we've come up with so far. Let's see here. I think it would be fitting for our agenda here that House Deneth take up the Caretaker Compact. Explain that to us, please. And Merrick's will sit down. You are going to see the Counselor of House Deneth stand. Bren Valthrin de Deneth will stand. He will say, this is a slow process. It will take a long time to achieve, but it is low risk and it is ethical. It is one that would mitigate danger to all of you, though it would take some time to achieve. Now, what we propose is that the 12 form an official pact positioning House Leora as caretakers of Thronehold. This is what I believe your original document had already stated as an interesting tactic, so we're going off of that. So, as you perhaps know, House Deneth has a contingent that's stationed on Thronehold known as the Throne Watchers, and they're there to be caretakers of the castle, and as you know, the Treaty of Thronehold asked them to. Now, what we would do is we would reach out very quietly the treaty nation ambassadors, especially Breland and Thrain, and offer to protect, preserve, and maintain the castle's integrity at no cost to the nations. As a sort of show of good faith on behalf of the dragon-marked houses as a neutral bond. It would give House Leora neutrality and dedication to diplomacy as public good. It would frame this as securing a symbol of unity rather than seizing it. It would also promise full access to the nations to the summits and tribunals that are held there. Perhaps Civis would be the communication overseers in this particular plan, and we would lend legitimacy as the throne wardens are already there. So it would be a quiet matter of persuasion backed by House Civis for all of you to go in very quietly, different nations, communicate. That's what we've got. Now, would the Counselor of Civis like to speak about success, potential likelihood of success? Belderon de Civis will say, yes, I have analyzed the potential skill of House Leora, the skill of our own committee, and the likelihood of success to do with all of the other nations and ambassadors. And from what we were able to conjecture, there's probably a 70% likelihood of success for this, which we consider to be a fruitful potential endeavor, though perhaps a time-consuming one. This would have to be a very slow persuasion, one that is suggested very mildly, taken very quietly, and is not forced down the lines. It may take months, could take years to facilitate, but safe and ethical. House Dennis sits down. House Civis sits down. So that is the caretaker contract. I will post all of these later, and I have
Thank
no
you.
doubt, given the time that we have in the session, you guys can decide between sessions which one sounds nice to you.
We also have like several weeks of romantic trips to figure this out.
Well, the idea, they're hoping that you would pick before they left so that they can start making moves and
Okay.
positions. But whatever you guys need, whatever you guys want, you guys are the tip of the spear, so to speak. Goes, all right. Next, if House Fjarlin would like to speak on this next agenda option to do with the courting season gambit, it sits down. The Councillor Fjarlin stands up and he says, "So, the courting season is to forge marital ties between House Leora's heirs and, frankly, influential heirs of powerful noble families within the Treaty Nations. It's as simple as that. Alliances to create vested interests in Leora's peace mission at Thronehold. It would be slow. It would be a bit risky. Courting season has to happen fast if people see you all positioning yourselves to be very specifically targeting people to marry who could enforce this pact, to enforce this idea. It's a bit morally gray, not necessarily taking it through legal channels, but through influence, political influence. But marriage does bring legal ties that could secure private endorsements of protection and softens nations' resistance by creating personal stakes in your success through marriage. So we can analyze names and ties and best utilize all of your availability to our benefit. And we have plenty of heirs who are entering the season ourselves, and we can do our own part in the various nations. This is Fjarlin and Thurani could host grand galas to help foster unions. Hundark could structure financial incentives tied to dowries or inheritance to support the Thronehold move, making the possibility of marrying higher, more eligible individuals connected with governing bodies possible. He looks over at Civis. Civis says, well, it's a 50-50. Just by the data it poses. Depends on securing the right matches and convincing wary nobles. A single failed match could bring disaster to the plan, and it requires a lot of moving parts to all move at the same time in the same direction. So it requires a lot of finesse on everyone's part, especially yours, House Leora, especially yours. So that is the courting season gambit. Next is, let's see here. The Baroness Lyrandar is going to just shoot up. She's going to say, I'll take this next one. This is called the Storm Reach precedent. It is a very fast-moving, high-risk plan that could possibly get us there quickly. We need to find a third party. Perhaps a minor claimant to the Galifar bloodline or a treaty-era neutral trust to lease Thronehold to them, as Lyrandar had leased Stormreach. This is the tactical move that House Leora used to secure Stormreach. We found a bloodline era. We convinced certain individuals to lease it out to that individual, who then in turn have leased it out to us. It is a very it's very legally shaky, but technically fits the bill if nobody looks at it with too much discretion. Now, we have Civis, who can be contract drafters and barristers. Melisana has already proven her skill as a barrister, and Kenneth could help restore the castle as part of an arrangement to sweeten the deal. Civis says, but it is high risk, high reward. There's a low chance of success. The nations are very unlikely to tolerate this, and the leaseholder's legitimacy would definitely be attacked and scrutinized with every eye under the sun. It could work, but it would require immense legal and persuasive finesse.
If I could suggest on the last one, it's also really going to piss people off, right? Like, it's just going to make people angry. And I feel like if we want to be successful, maybe it behooves us to be patient and to go a little more slowly, right? We've got a couple months. We don't have to move in tomorrow.
The counselor Thurani says, "Well, if you didn't like that one, you're going to hate this one."
She
Above table, we
laughs.
laugh.
He stands up and says,
Attention relieving
Yeah.
laugh.
he says, with the support of House Fjarlin, the Counselor Fjarlin gives a nod to the Counselor Thurani. Says, we have one called the Shadow Play. Very high risk, very fast moving, very morally scrupulous. Now, I can't even say it. This is so bad.
Say it, just say it. If you want me to say it, I will say.
No, it's he says we could engineer a crisis in Thronehold. Something bad happens. Sabotage, theft of a sacred artifact, a threat. Then you all heroically intervene and establish a permanent presence under emergency authority. With the help of Fjarlin and Thurani, we use the Shadow Network, we use what we have at our disposal to put immense, terrorizing, dangerous pressure on Thronehold itself. And since legally speaking, none of the other sovereigns own Thronehold or can do anything about Thronehold, it would fit well that the Dragon Marked houses could step in. Madani could provide security assessment, and Leora, being such a small, non-threatening house, could be the mediators to keep everything running. Civis is like, but it's but if uncovered, it would destroy Leora's legitimacy and be massive backlash to the Dragon Marked houses. And Thurani says, the Thurani counselor says, but even if it was uncovered, everyone knows House Fjarlin, House Thurani, well, anyone who matters knows that we conduct our business in the dark. And if they were to find out, well, any number of secrets could be played against each other. As if it's like, so you would start a shadow war, a blackmail war? It seems like so risky to Leora. I don't.
And
says,
you would have a convenient cutout in House Leora to save the rest of this august body.
Because it's a suggestion. These are the skills that House Fjarlin and Thurani have employed, and
Ross would raise their hand.
yeah.
I am, in a way, a rather popular figure in the Ondari, in the court of Fairhaven. Queen Auralia and Prince Adel favor me quite highly. Would that relationship be of any value in expediting or raising the success rate of any of these strategies proposed?
House Civis kind of sort of like does the thing where she looks in the air and her eyes kind of jolt around and she kind of is like figuring for herself. She says, well, it surely won't help the shadow play. I don't know if it would help the Stormreach precedent. You might be very good friends, but it would be difficult for it to be tolerated. But in that, I mean, Lyrandar has very deep ties in Ondare, and the Queen has allowed Stormreach to happen. And if you have ties in the court to the Queen herself, perhaps she could be persuaded to help back us against the other sovereigns. She has always been a voice of opposition and strong-willed amongst the other sovereigns. It could raise the likelihood of success in the Stormreach precedent, but I don't know how much. Maybe the courting season, it could get you in with some suitors. Some of your House Leora members in with some members of the courting season who would have otherwise been unavailable in Ondare. And lastly, I don't think it would help the Caretaker Compact too much. It might a little bit if you were to exert your influence in Ondare. It might speed up things in Ondare with these people. So I think it would actually be quite helpful.
2 questions.
Uh-huh.
about the shadow plan. What
Why is that?
exactly would the
Yeah.
crisis be?
Um, well, we'd have to make up a very careful plan to put the threat range right to the perfect threshold, so that it's dangerous enough that something needs to be done, but not so dangerous that Thronehold would need to break the Treaty of Thronehold. It probably would be along the lines of death threats, the taking of sacred artifacts from the actual castle that maybe once belonged to King Dalifar, sabotage of things at the port city down below the Treaty of Thronehold. Maybe we even do a couple of attacks on House Deneth's station warriors. Nothing that would tie back to the Shadow Network itself. This would be a subterfuge.
An attack
Interesting.
on the War Crime Tribunal,
That
or
might be a little
or
much.
or an engineered escape of war criminals.
That could be it. Or even we could fabricate that and pin it on them, and then put a threat on the War Crime Tribunal.
It could put pressure on them, perhaps. Maybe they could convince them
All
that
I'll
they might need
say,
help.
let me just put forth that House Fjarl and House Thurani will have no problem being effectively creative in this regard.
If there's one thing Thorani and Fiala are good at, it's being creative. But my second question is, among the nations, who would be the most open to the idea as of the moment, and who would be the most viciously opposed?
They look around the room, and they all sort of refer to probably Fjarlan and Civis, because they're the most sort of like
Intriguey?
probably Civis, Fjarlan, and Thurani, because they're the most political with the other sovereigns, and they go, no one. Like, they go, I mean, the the most opposed are going to be the five nations: Rain, Raylan, possibly New Siri, not that they matter. Karnath. Because I'm sorry, but like it's not a slight to Siri. Just they don't have a lot of pull, and they're not technically considered a sovereign nation. That's all I meant.
I see.
So I'm gonna say Civis stands up and says, "But we're not. There's a couple more plans. We have two more that might be of interest to the plans." Now, Civis believes that this might be a good plan. It is very slow moving. It is very low risk, though, and it is ethical, and we could pursue it. We call it the People's Voice, where Leora launches a grassroots campaign through House Civis broadcasts, Galanda Inns, Orion Lightning rail stations, promoting their bid as a unified peace mission. Public opinion forces the Treaty of Nations to acquiesce or lose face. Essentially, we promote you all as a house of peace, rather than maybe a house of diplomacy, a house of peace, and sort of promote you that way. We make the people love you as who secure the Treaty of Thronehold and are going to keep people right. And then eventually, when we've got people right where we want them, we put the idea forth and have the people influence the sovereigns into letting you all sit at the Treaty of Thronehold. And if that works out, 60-70% likelihood, it'll be very hard for the nations to oppose publicity without seeming like warmongers. And even still, that might actually give Leora a chance to actually sit on the War Crime Tribunal. But it would take a potentially couple. It would take some years. It would take a couple years to have this all work out, of course.
It would also give us time to build up a reputation.
Exactly. With South Civis and Galanda and everybody backing you, maybe even the Korenberg Chronicle, we can talk to them about it. We basically do a massive advertisement campaign that Leora is the House of Peace, and wants to ensure that there's never a war ever again.
I'm worried that is a bit of a big promise, though.
Because there's nothing wrong with assuring that exactly. There's nothing wrong with.
Absolutely want to. I don't want there to be another war. I don't know if I will be. I'm not going to commit to being the reason a war never happens, but I can assure you I do not want. Like,
yes, that was. Thank you, Rowan. That was my concern. We can't go in there promising there'll never be another war.
No,
would be.
no, Viceroy. It's ridiculous to think any force on Earth. Well,
Eberron.
they all kind of are a little gloomy about, the whole mourning thing that kind of ended the war.
Yeah.
There's a kind of quiet acknowledgement of that. He goes, right, that's to say that I think it would be very hard for anyone to maintain a perfect peace for all time, and that's not what we're suggesting. What we're suggesting is that you are a tremendous force for peace, or maybe you're the best bid for peace, or something along those lines.
I like
And
that.
last but not least, just to get them all out of the way, and I think Kandaric is going to stand. The representative of House Kandaric Council is going to say, we call this one the Relic of Unity. She's a slow-moving plan, a little bit risky, a little bit morally grey. It's how we like things in the Mirror Holds. So, House Leora discovers, or, maybe there's a fabrication, a long-lost Galifarian relic hidden within Thronehold, such as a charter, or a crown, or a key to a vault to the ancient laws, and they claim stewardship as part of preserving Galifar's legacy. You see, the fame of finding this thing gives you enough clout, and it gives you enough, soft power, and maybe even the document itself has a little hard power in there, but the fame itself gives you basis for historical preservation, not ownership. It's the same thing as what Civis wants, where we promote you as great finders of lost relics. You're a great caretaker kind of house, and that's you'd be trusted to preserve the history of Galifar and Corvair, not own it, and offer to make the relic a symbol of shared peace, with Leora as a custodian being its finder and all of that. Kandaric can happily provide the, vault that is to be found if needed, and Kenneth and Civis can work together to make a very authentic-looking document. Civis goes, if we're gonna do, but why is that? I mean, it's a good idea, but it was only like a 50-50 success rate, and I mean, if we're gonna take a very long time to do a promotionary campaign regarding Leora, why do something as risky as fabricating a document when we can actually promote them on a basis of being a peace-bringing house, something that can't be revoked and there's no possibility of backlash. And the counselor Dark says,
what conflict would you put us in front of to broker a peace to establish that reputation?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
What conflict, if the slow and reasonable plan is to establish us as peacemakers, we have to have something besides the sales pitch. We have to have something provable. What conflict would you have us in front of to establish that?
Civis says, "Oh, well, that's very easy. Well, you just start doing your work. The courting season will be complete. We're going to expedite your paperwork to make you a Dragonmark house, get your guild running as soon as possible. You start working for noblemen and especially doing a lot of work for the common folk, probably with your newer members and train them and all of that, different tiers of power. And you just start doing your good work as diplomats. I have no doubt this is Corvair, that there will be some big problem that needs solving. And maybe your achievements, whatever they are, will be conflated by all of our promotionary power as the peaceful kingdom. Maybe you end up fixing this whole little dispute between the Kenneth houses and get one of them picked to be Baron. And then the Barons start going, because Orland's like, okay, if we're going Central on, it's like, wait. And they all, and then there's about 10 minutes of calming down. Merrick's like, no, and like,
yeah.
all.
And as soon as they do that, like, Rowan's like, yeah, Rowan's gonna hide.
there's maybe 5 minutes of this. While they calm down the counselors, where Zorlan's like, "You just roll. You just." And Zorlan is like, I don't act like you're not just the best person." And they're just, and then they start
And
like
Merrick's
Merrick's
is
in the
just like quiet in the
no.
corner, like
Well, they start fighting, especially, and
I
Merrick's like, "Ugh."
when they get spun up,
I'll cast.
I will
Okay.
calm emotion.
I'll calm
Yeah,
motion the other one. I'll calm
Yeah,
emotion the other one.
Lois had it
Okay,
handled.
okay.
Lois, yeah, you AoE you AoE them. Your mark brings peace to the ring, and they kind of they both kind of sit down, fold their arms, and Merrick's is like,
Just breathe. Just breathe.
And Sivis is like, my point exactly. If you could get these three to stop arguing for, with the snap of your fingers. I mean, who's saying what you could accomplish in the next couple of years, and what kind of changes could come to Cover, and with the help of my house, with House Galanda, with any Dragonmark house with promotionary powers. I mean, we'll just blow you up as peacemakers. That's what diplomacy is at the end of the day. Is peace bringing, isn't it?
Must ask, what is the barrier preventing a more direct approach? Thronehold was the Treaty of Thronehold, for example, had the leaders of the sovereign nations meeting and performing diplomacy in front of each other as a united Corvair to some extent. What is preventing us from doing such a thing again with regards to our proposal?
Taurus de Drosko, Counselor of Drosko, will stand up, a sort of older halfling, saying, "The issue is that the sovereigns are intelligent people, and they're going to see this gambit for what it is. While yes, there is no legal precedence that holds us from establishing a headquarters on Thronehold, they will not be blind to the symbolic and significance and the potential long-term gains that the Dragonmark houses will gain. And if they see the Dragonmark houses making a big move, they might make moves in turn. Right now, they're all looking at each other. It's better to not have them looking at us. So that is our major concern. It all works on paper, but hearts and minds, Viceroy."
If all the sovereigns decided to be against the Dragonmarked houses, well, that's a whole other can of worms. They might actually find something to agree on. Can we have a quick review of all the 6 options?
By all means. By all means. In fact, take as much time as you need. Fjarlin will say, your courting season, you have about a week till the courting season begins, and then you will be out courting for about 6 weeks. So here's what we will do. We will set a hard deadline at the end of the 3rd week of your courting season, since you're seeing 6 nations. That will give us, sooner the better, but that will give us some time to get everything prepared while you are finishing up your courting season. We will take as much time as we need, however, to make sure that the plan goes off as well as possible. But the sooner you let us know, the sooner we can get it off the ground by the time you're done courting.
Okay, thank you. If that's the last thing that is to be said, if I may make one statement.
By all means.
Despite the divisions and disagreements, and Ludwig standing up to say this, between the Dragonmarked houses, and sometimes within the same house, I will say, seen all the houses come together to around this proposal, I would say is frankly downright inspirational. And I thank you all for your time.
A couple of the you get some very soft oh, appreciate it, nods and thanks and so on. You get some nods of thank yous and respects. Fantastic.
Above the
Uh,
table, it's amazing what they can do when they walk together. It's pretty damn
well,
impressive.
keep in mind this is the 12 working
The
together. This
12.
isn't the dragon marked houses
True,
working
but like if
together.
they put the plan in motion, it could be
Yeah,
above table, but yeah.
there is no forgetting that the Committee of the 12 is a very different entity than the dragon marked houses coming together.
True.
While maybe the councilors Civis and Fjarlin get along, the two houses don't in the same scenario. So, but yes, this committee does indeed get along. So with that, we're going into our session. I will post the proposed tactics by the Committee of the 12, who are now officially sponsored by the Committee of the 12. I will post what benefits you're gaining from them. It's going to be the same thing as Fjarlin, but I'll just do a refresher anyway.
But thank you.
And during the week, I will also give you guys your list of best potential suitors for the courting season. And next week, we are at courting. We will be in Zolargo,
Yay.
and we will be at the gala
With Prince Orgev.
with
Hey,
Prince Organ.
I had to ask. Did he actually suggest that we would be going through Dargoon? Did I hear that right? Did he?
No.
Because he made like a little winky comment about we don't.
I mean,
I'm like, did I hear that right? I didn't hear that right.
They have-
He couldn't be.
they have
That would
teleportation
be
circles.
cool, but I no, I'm sorry.
Okay, no,
Dargoon,
I didn't.
Dargoon
didn't think
doesn't
so.
also have Dargoon doesn't have a lightning rail in it. It also doesn't have any eligible suitors in it, unfortunately.
That's why I thought it was weird. I'm like, what? Brett?
No. You guys will be lightning railed down to Zalargo.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought Volan had teleportation circles. Shooter
Well,
thoughts.
Yeah, your guys are going to be. That's very right. You're going to be teleportation circled into Zalargo, and then you're going to go on like a luxury lightning rail trip around Corvair, essentially.
Okay.
And the lightning, the purpose of the lightning rail network is for the sake of calling on suitors, more than anything.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's our session. A lot of stuff happened.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
I feel like there's maybe we should consider combining a couple different approaches.
We could. I definitely
Like-
think we could combine some.
Combine the caretaker package,
With,
and as far as the courtship compact goes, maybe one of us or two of us towards the courtship, because obviously Lois has got her own thing going on.
yeah,
And then have
we-
something set aside for the shadow play. If it becomes necessary, we can pull the trigger on it.
we could definitely.
Well, the problem with the courting season gambit is that all is weighted on like all of you committing to marrying a very specific individual. And then they're gonna have heirs as well doing this, but it is a very like, everyone's got to do their part, and if we miss even like one match, it's gonna compromise things.
Yeah.
Like we could combine some. I think it could be possible.
Well, we can talk about it. We can talk about it next week.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry about that, guys.
Chat online. No,
Ludwig-
nothing to be sorry about.
Ludwig definitely has some ideas.